could be holding up our light. We could be fighting for what's right. Or we could be falling to pieces.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
On my own, but I don't know why. You hit the road, but you don't realize I won't look back when you're around. I won't think twice when you're gone. Don't hesitate to call me back, 'cause I won't be there. I won't look back when you're around. I won't think twice when you're gone. Don't hesitate to call me back, 'cause I won't be there. I won't look back. 'Cause I won't look back. I won't look back. 'Cause I won't look back. On my own, and I don't know why. She told me it's not your fault, but you don't realize that I never wonder what's the truth in your eyes. There's a light that makes me blush. I won't look back when you're around. I won't think twice when you're gone. Don't hesitate to call me back, 'cause I won't be
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Garena Free Fire Rampage Showdown. My name is Mellowcrit, and I am joined today by the lovely Clover. Clover, I hope you are as excited about these games as I am.
I am, we've been preparing for this all week. We've even got to see a little bit of taste of what these players have been going through getting up to this point, and it has me so much more excited as we move forward to the semifinals.
I am super stoked to watch these games, and with the games, obviously comes the competitive format. And there were a couple of influencers that participated. Actually, 40 influencers participated to qualify, and we are down to the final four teams. This will be a single elimination bracket of Clash Squad. The semifinals will be best of five maps, first to four games per map. And the finals will be a best of three maps with a first to seven. So we're in for hopefully a lot of games, hopefully some really, really competitive matches. And more importantly, we're about to see some of the most popular and entertaining influencers in NA. So, Clover, if you wouldn't mind talking to us a little bit about the influencers that we've got participating today and representing these amazing holy beasts for the Rampage event.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Holy Beast, and you could see right here Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger. These are our teams for today, made up of the 14 best influencers here in North America. Starting with Vermilion, I mean, we've got Ichigo, Shadow, Daniel, Toddy, and Azure, Soy Amigo, Ravkush, Ryan, and Lewis. Black Tortoise had some players that I even got to really watch this week that I'm excited to see again, and that's Santita, Prince, Nosy, and Sam. And then lastly, in White Tiger, we've got Killa, Shinra, Frankie, and Zombie.
Yeah, these teams are looking stacked, and I'm super excited to see who reigns supreme. Clover, do you have a favorite holy beast that you're going to be rooting for today?
Ooh, I mean, my favorite color is green. I love Black Tortoise. It's such a cool looking beast. But I don't know. It's going to be difficult because there's so many good influencers on each of these squads. But if I had to be biased, if I had to be toxic and biased, maybe I'm going to go for Black Tortoise.
Hey, I don't blame you. I am all over the Black Tortoise look. I am a big, big fan. So, with this event, we've got the theme of the holy beasts, and so some of the influencers will actually be representing the holy beasts either in game with skins or with their color palette. So I'm super excited. This is so hype, and I mean, just watching those trailers blew me away. And for anyone watching, reminder that today is the peak of Rampage New Dawn. So make sure you head on over to the game to earn your free rewards and experience the story of Rampage. Super, super cool stuff going on for this event. And lastly, before we get into the games, Clover, we've got some giveaways for the stream today.
We do, and you guys are going to have to make sure that you stay tuned in because we're going to break this giveaway up in a couple of segments. So write this down because this is just a piece of the final code. And at the very end, before we go to the grand finals, we'll make sure to give you guys that code in full. But just to start, BAW5, this is the beginning of our giveaway code. So make sure you guys tune in.
Yep. Keep yourselves posted. Keep your eyes peeled, and make sure you stick to the end where we'll be showing the rest of the code. But with that being said, I think we're going to cut it to a quick break, and we'll be ready for the first game of the day. So
I'm excited.
Don't leave, and make sure you stay tuned because all of these games are going to be so sick, and I just can't wait.
Take my hand, I'll lead you on into the stars. We'll ride away from all the wars. Close the door. How many worlds would you cross to use the light that's right in front of you? There is no light on the other side. I say, look straight ahead and you will see. You will see. You will see.
Welcome back, and we are just about ready to kick off our first semifinal game between the Azure Dragons and the White Tigers. This first match is going to be really exciting, and I'm honestly super stoked to see what people are going to pull out. I don't think we've seen any of these players yet. At least we didn't get to earlier when we were running some games. So yeah, what do you think about this matchup? I mean, this should be exciting first game, but I'm sure that the players have to be at least a little bit nervous being the first ones up to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, you say the first one up to the plate, and we've also got our first and bottom seed here. So I believe Azure Dragons were the top seed. Soy Amigo is playing captain for this squad, versus the White Tigers, who seeded fourth with Killa as their captain. So that's not to say that White Tigers are going to be at a disadvantage at all, but you do have to wonder how much aggression they're going to come out with to start. We've seen some teams hoard a little bit of economy early on so that the mid and late game they've got much better items to work with. And so it's going to be interesting to see how these two pop off, and as well, of course, what Bermuda will give us, because we are going to be playing on Bermuda today for all of the games. And as we know, we can get to go around and visit various spots of the map.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see all of Bermuda with all of these players on it. And just like you said, first versus fourth seed, that's a lot of pressure put on you if you're the Azure Dragons, because obviously you want to come out victorious. You're higher seeded. You are kind of on the high end of the power ranking, but at the same time, with the first match of the day, it's also really hard to know what your opponents are going to be playing. So I'm really hoping that at the very least we see a little bit of variety for this first match. I do want to see kind of the different play styles that we got to see a little bit. You mentioned, of course, the economy hoarding. And we also saw a little bit of the different ways that people like to approach the game. Some people like to clump with their team really close together and take a building early, whereas others like to do a split or even just send one person to the wings and kind of get a nice flank. So I'm ready to go, and so are our observers and production. So let's get into game number one, Azure Dragon versus White Tiger.
And you can see as well, we're already past the purchase phase. Everybody has moved beyond the force field and all ready to start. I mean, you can see a really good setup here by White Tiger. They're waiting for Azure to push back in, and Soy Amigo, ooh, very vulnerable right there.
Yeah, not a lot of cover to be heard of, and we see, of course, tons of akimbo. I think everyone is running some akimbo pistols for this first round. Seems to be the popular pick, and not too much action. A little bit slower than what we saw yesterday, or sorry, earlier this week. And so now we might see our first engage here, and it's going to be Luis pushing up really, really far with not tons of cover, but is able to get away with some of that movement and gets a little bit of cover behind this pillar.
I mean, right now you can see Killa, though, is on the high ground, and he's trying to rotate back behind the rest of the Dragons, but Frankie holding anchor, trying to see if Killa's successful, he could really pull out different members of the Dragons and make it easier for the rest of the White Tigers to clean this up. But you can see Killa is also struggling. He's taking a little bit of damage, now down to 85 HP. He's going to go ahead and use that quick clamp camouflage, try to get out of that line of fire.
Yeah, and immediately starts to fall apart once the angles were acquired there by White Tiger, and that's going to be 3 downs and a full thirst onto Soy Amigo. And this is not looking too good. Azure Dragons is probably going to have to pack it up for this one. One last member remaining, trying to hold it down, maybe get a couple of kills on the back end.
Ooh,
is
Frankie
able to knock Frankie So now a 2v1 situation, but not tons of health to be heard of, and that's going to be the first game going, or sorry, the first round going over to White Tiger.
I mean, White Tigers, I think, really managed to hold collectively there in that position. And again, that kind of split, the high ground, low ground inside factory is always a bit difficult. But now as we switch to a new spot, this is going to be a lot more doors and roofs, inside rooms, close quarters. We might expect to even see some more pistols. I can see, it looks like we've actually got quite a bit of ARs coming out as well. So again, I mean, teams really focusing on utilizing their economy the best that they can here.
Yeah, the slight advantage there makes them a little bit more comfortable with what they get to buy. So this might be another tough round for Azure Dragons, but I mean, we've seen some crazy clutch outs, and they did get some purchasing power, so it's not like they're completely lost here. And here we see a little bit of the distribution on the map. We're seeing that pretty much both of these teams are choosing to clump together pretty close. They were punished a little bit, at least the Azure Dragons were, on sending one person possibly a little bit too deep, holding down an angle that they couldn't hold out by themselves. So both teams playing pretty close to their teammates here.
And you can see just a lot of peeking around the corners, but Zombie waiting for Ryan to get closer. And Azure Dragons are just really encapsulating themselves around every angle of this building, and that could spell trouble for White Tiger if they get themselves trapped here. So it's really going to look for those first knocks. Some damage into Killa. It looks like he's still doing fine right now behind cover.
That was a bit of an early time turner there, maybe to get a little bit of priority on this rotation, but it's going to be Ryan taken down from behind. That is not a good way to start the round, as Azure Dragons already down a member. Might be able to get picked up, but Amigo goes down shortly after, traded out with Shinra, and Zombie goes down as well, but oh my goodness, in the blink of an eye, White Tiger absolutely wipes the squad.
White Tiger is right now on a run to take this first map, as you can see, leading 2-0. And again, their economy is just going to keep growing. We saw a couple of those glue walls come out at the end, and right now, Killa is just waiting for that force field to drop so that they can go ahead and push back towards the center.
And Killa stacked with 3 glue walls. They're going to be feeling pretty good about that, and it's going to be really, really tough to crack that. And that's a lot of defensive power, but also a lot of positional power. And maybe we see it being utilized here as Zombie kind of holding down a building by themselves while the rest of the team takes a wide flank to the west side of the map. And a really far one at that. They're looking to get all the way behind Azure Dragons and hopefully get a couple of early knocks that'll put them a little bit ahead in this round. And White Tigers is playing this very, very creatively.
They are, but they got to be a little bit, mindful as well. You do see that off in the distance, Zombie and Frankie kind of playing off-angle anchors here while the rest of the team pushing in close. Right now, Shinra looking to see if they can get the first shot here onto any members of the Dragons. And, I mean, the Dragons, we've kind of talked about it a few times, have found themselves really clumped up. And this is a great opportunity for White Tigers to just herd and take down members one after another. But look, we're finally losing members of the White Tigers here.
And what a fragile gunfight here. It's going to be Killa knocked as well. So Frankie, the last member standing. One more teammate knocked, but that's going to be 3 members of Azure Dragon still up. And it looks like their aggression was punished heavily here by Azure Dragon, who chose to just hold down this building, play really defensive. And now it's up to Frankie to try and get this 1v3. He isn't able to knock Soy Amigo. That wall was so big. And now, they're just going to walk up, finish, clean it up, and move on to round number 4. But a great round there from Azure Dragons, recognizing that the White Tigers might get a little bit of aggression here with their economy advantage, and it comes back to bite them.
I mean, that was the perfectly timed and placed wall, because I think just 1 or 2 more bullets in it, and that would have been a down for Amigo, and you would have suddenly been left with the 2-1 situation and the ability for what was left of the Tigers to kind of get a different angle and maybe take them down. So that said, to finally pull it up so it's not a 3-0 but a 1-2, this could be the turnaround that we were looking for the Dragons.
And we love to see these close games. And here we already see a bit of a split now from Azure Dragons. And I'm wondering if this is just the way that the map tends to play, where they need to have this split, because they have the one lone member, Ryan, taking a really, really wide angle here. And we actually saw something really similar to this during the practice games. where this fell apart really quickly for the team defending. So Ryan already walking up using both of the glue walls to try and get an angle here. That's going to be a lot of damage going on to Frankie. Not quite the knock, and he's able to get away. And Ryan is traded out as a result, and we get the time turner, and they're able to defend this super well. And Ryan is fully down, but Killa is also knocked in the process. Frankie and Sport also traded out. Oh my goodness, this is a disaster.
I mean, just so much chaos ensuing right now as both teams have pushed into each other. You can see the time turners popping, the glue walls popping, and it's every little bit of defense that could come into this right now, as now turning this into a 1v1, essentially, with Amigo and Luis still knocked down. Looks like the res was able to come out on Luis, and that could maybe turn the tides in their favor as we just wait for the healing. But Zombie keeping his head low right now, waiting, trying to use Amigo for bait.
Last round it was Frankie, and this time it's Zombie who has to try and hold it down for the White Tigers and maybe make a comeback here. It doesn't look like they're going to go for the res onto Amigo, and he's going to push on here, doesn't know that they're right around the corner, and immediately taken down. And we're 2-2 going into round number 5.
I mean, you saw that glue wall popped at the opening there, and I think there might have been hesitation that might have been where the push had come from, but we saw that wide wrap rotation, and as you said, just unfortunately walking out at the wrong time around that corner. But now as things tied up 2-2, I mean, this is going to make things competitive here for the first map.
And I imagine now we're seeing a lot of full buys from both squads. Both of the teams have had a little bit of an opportunity to get that economy going. It looks like Azure Dragons actually on the better side of it with 2,700 unspent as they go into this round. And here taking the height really quickly, taking control of this building, and once again stacked pretty close, and that might actually be Shinra, who's a little bit too far, already has to use a glue wall and maybe has to get out of there, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. They do have a little bit of backup here, and I'm curious to see what this is going to turn into as the building is already infiltrated. Luis almost going down, but Shinra traded out first.
I can't believe that he's still alive in that, but you saw me jumping and just through the doors around the stairs and managing to somewhat stay alive up until the end. But Azure Dragon keeping 4 up, and you can see Zombie trying to restructure along with Killa. They're going to tackle this from outside and use a little bit of that range as those mid-range guns coming into play. But you still have 4 healthy members of the Azure Dragons up, and along with that, the high ground to play.
Oh, big knock there onto Ryan. This isn't all over for the White Tigers. They are able to fully kill one, possibly for the economy there, as Zombie does go down. And this gunfight is in shambles. Ravkush trying to pick up a couple more. Very timely glue wall there. And here we see the Wukong turning into the bush, and now it's actually a 1v1. Just like that, Luis Sport's still in it, and the bush is crawling around the corner trying to make something happen here. Does get the full kill on here, but isn't able to clean up the round. Though that was almost a really big comeback there. The power of the bush is not to be underestimated, Clover.
Not at all. And I mean, you've got to wonder as well, if he didn't focus the last little bit of that ammo at the end to get the flush, could he have gotten the full wipe? But we'll find out here now as we go forward. You can see just the confidence. I think these teams have really started to figure out how to tackle playing one another, as well as, I mean, these teams kind of were seeded randomly. So they're just as equally figuring out how to play together as a squad.
And Azure Dragon not afraid to push these buildings that the White Tigers are sort of trying to defend. And here we go now onto Crate City, as both teams here choosing to split up a little bit, not as clumped as we've seen them on other maps. We actually see one member of White Tiger very far ahead. It's Killa, and this could be really bad, but it looks like they have backup and angles to be held down. I'm curious to see what's going to happen when the fight breaks out.
I'm just this angle that Killa's holding. I mean, patience is a virtue, but look how stacked up Azure Dragon is. Even if he gets one knock, it might be traded. You can see right now the rest of his team coming out to help it. Just as he pops out, the perfectly placed time turner is going to make that an easy knock, and Killa looking to be flushed as there we go, follows him, as well as Shinra.
And this is just falling apart for White Tiger. Their aggression once again swiftly punished. They are able to trade out Loose Sport, but another time turner going down. That's probably going to spell the end for the White Tigers on this round. They are able to finish it off here, and what a game. What a game from the Azure Dragons.
First booyah of the day, and well worked. And, you know, a little concerned in the beginning, right? Tigers were kind of trailing by 2, weren't able to even really get off much of in terms of kills to play. But once the economy turned back in their favor, we really saw them be able to play, I think, the way that they wanted to. And it's something that we were curious about going in this map. Which teams were going to go buy big quickly, and which ones were going to hold off until that second or third round in.
Absolutely. And one thing we're definitely seeing here is that neither team is afraid to get aggressive. They are not afraid to push a team that has grabbed a building and is kind of holding it down, trying to hold down angles. We've seen aggression from both sides. And honestly, both teams getting punished pretty heavily, but when it worked, man, were those pushes so dangerous. So good job to Azure Dragons. They pick up the first game, and we'll be moving on to match 2 in a second here. But do you think that White Tigers are going to have to make some adjustments here? Do you think they might play a little bit more passively, or do you think they're just going to keep up the energy going into the second match?
I think the energy's going, but it's obvious that something's up with a little bit with the communications. And we saw a couple of plays at the beginning where they were able to kind of find some crazy angles and really herd in the dragons into an area where it was easier for them to, I think, tackle and kill them out. And then as the matches went on and some of the maps were a little bit more open, that's when we saw their struggle a little bit.
So let's check out the MVP actually, as we've gotten to watch a lot of players really pop off, but in fact, the one that popped off the most for us today was Ravkush, dropping a 2600 damage on that first match. Really impressive. And honestly, we saw Ravkush not too much right on the screen, but I think more so holding down the angles that some of the other aggressive players really needed to have defended. So good job to Ravkush. Definitely a pivotal moment was when Ravkush was kind of holding Killa down behind a couple of those glue walls. So I mean, I can't disagree with this. I'm excited to see whether Ravkush is going to keep up the heat.
And again, I mean, so much time turner action. We could see why right there is so 3, I believe, playing Chrono. So that said, I mean, look at that 9 kills, 2646 in terms of damage, just leading not only his own team, but out of everybody in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely impressive performance. Frankie doing his absolute best with White Tiger, just out damaging the second place damage for Azure Dragons. So they definitely have fight in them, and honestly, they were able to trade out so many of those kills. But I think it was a lot about what Ravkush was able to do in that first round to just clean up the damage that they were able to lay down. That really made the difference there for Azure Dragons. So I mean, I am really excited to see whether the economy is going to be used differently as well. We talked about a little bit about the early aggression and the early buys, and I think that while it can work, it can be a little bit fragile.
Hmm.
And I honestly don't think we saw as many snipers as we were as at least I was expecting, especially for the weapons that are able to do tons of damage to glue walls.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm curious to see whether they'll change up the strategy and maybe take something more defensive on the side of White Tigers.
Yeah, we did see a lot of SMG AR heavy terms of play after we got past that first buy match, where I think 6 out of the 8 players all were running akimbo pistols. So with that, we do have a couple of open area parts of Bermuda that we haven't seen quite yet, and that might be some play for snipers. I thought maybe with Clock Tower there could be a potential for it, but we didn't see it come out quite yet.
Yeah, a lot of building pushes and a lot of building holds. So I think that might be the name of the game, at least for the areas that we've seen so far. But I agree. I think that we might see a little bit of a shift whenever there's more of these open areas where there's a lot more walking and a lot less just defending of a
Hmm.
position. But great job from both sides, and honestly, they kept it really tight. I think that Azure Dragons kind of found their step towards the end, and that just kind of propelled them to the victory. Because it is a first to four. Um, you have to be active early and you have to be willing
Hmm.
to take those risks to maybe get that extra game up on your opponents because these matches go really quickly and it's only a best of three or sorry, a best of five maps right now. So it can be really tight. So they're probably feeling pretty good taking that first one, and we'll be rolling into game two shortly. I believe we'll see what we're able to do here in a bit. And just a quick reminder, and once again to anyone who is watching, today is big day for Rampage, so make sure you log into your accounts and get all of those free rewards. I know I'll be logging in today to make sure I get my free
Yeah,
packs and my free all of the freebies that we'll be giving away today.
we'll have to
Um,
log in and get some games in after we're done casting these games.
oh yeah. So while we wait for these teammates to load in, I'm actually curious to see whether, or at least I wish we could hear the comms because I'm curious to know how much the captains are sort of participating in forming these game plans for the players, because some of them seemed really concise with really specific plans, like, hey, you need to hold down this building, and
Hmm.
just defend it as much as you can while we go swing wide. And other plans were more like just sit together, just defend. And if it is a lot of the captains, props to them because these are really, really creative maneuvers that they're attempting.
Yeah, I mean, again, we saw so much of those off-angle anchored plays where one teammate kind of tries to lure everybody into an area and somebody else is waiting to catch them all off guard and try and get some of those kills. And that actually worked quite well for both teams in the beginning for the White Tigers. And then, of course, that same strategy being used by the Azure Dragon in the end. But I mean, you talked about the captains, Soy, Amigo, and Killa really putting in work for their squads. But MVP for Azure, Rav Kush, was just putting in so much work in terms of fragging out.
Yeah, especially Killa. You mentioned it, but Killa was one of the players that was just absolutely unafraid, willing to just walk straight up to the defensive position of the Azure Dragons and just challenge immediately, put down a glue wall, and just hold down fragile spots to maybe get a little bit of an advantage early in the round. So the captains are definitely not sitting back and giving out commands. They are there to fight as well. And Soy Amigo putting down a respectable amount of damage as well with 1888. I mean, this is still a really, really tight race. And I imagine that as we get into these games, as the players get a little bit more warmed up, I think the games are actually going to get closer. I think people are going to find their stride, but the rounds are going to be a little bit more fragile. And players are going to be really willing to just go and take gunfights because they know they can outgun the other team. So, yeah, I'm super excited to roll into game 2. I think we're missing a couple of players. Never mind. We are good to go. Right as I say it, we'll be rolling into game number 2 here on Bermuda. And I think we're going to see a lot of akimbo pistols again. There they are.
Yeah. Just about everybody we can see, it looks like at the very least 7 people have decided to run dual pistols, aka akimbo, and Shipyard. I mean, again, those real close quarter tight kind of spots. We've seen some people hide inside the shipping containers and wait for ambush. So it's going to be something that I'm curious to see works out. Right now, White Tigers staying clustered together.
Yeah, and playing this pretty differently. I think that White Tigers was actually on the same side, playing up really, really far. And honestly, this seems like a very similar strat. Killa pretty far up here, maybe trying to catch someone off guard who is holding the wrong angle. But this one plays really, really slow. This one's the one where you see the longest to engage. Killa trying to put down some damage, and this is actually going to be Azure Dragons just straight up pushing, but the time turner going down, both sides putting down time turners, and this is just the game of shields. Ravkush the first one to go down. And Frankie very low, Zombie following closely after. Soy Amigo, almost no health left to speak of, and is going to go down. The power of the bush is there. Frankie going down as well. And it's going to be
Shinra.
one member left of White Tiger.
Shinra, the last one up, but you can see it's a 2v1 right now with Luis and Ryan trying to take down Shinra. They have spotted them, and it looks like just completely surrounding Shinra, though, gets an opening knock, turns the tide back in their favor. It's a 1v1, but Shinra falls. Almost getting Luis. You can see how low their health is, down to 40.
And we saw this last time as well. These pistol rounds are so tight. Even when there is a 2-to-1 player advantage, it is never over, and the players are able to clutch it out. And that was really, really close. Almost a really impressive comeback, but in either case, they were able to get plenty of downs and plenty of thirst. So they are able to start the match off 1-0, the Azure Dragons. But, I mean, already we're seeing such a close matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, as you say, the pistol rounds are always insane. So now as the economy slowly evolves and we're seeing some more guns come out, SMGs right now on the side of Dragons, and that gives them a little bit more range to work with. You can see some mid-range shots right now being shot by Ryan towards Killa. So he has spotted out 2 members of the White Tigers.
And one important thing to note, and this might just be that small margin of the economy, we see 3 glue walls purchased from Azure Dragons. Only Shinra on the side of White Tigers either able to afford a glue wall or opting for a glue wall over a stronger weapon. And here we see the box peak, Killa and Frankie holding down possibly a really dangerous angle for White Tigers to be able to defend. And we see how split White Tigers is here, taking 2 on one side and 2 on the other. And I think it's going to be up to Azure Dragon here to get a bit aggressive. Ryan taking a little bit of damage, but not too much to write home about.
One thing that's been kind of interesting on this is that the Azure Dragons were pushed up against the edge of the zone, and we can see as it's been closing in, they're starting to run out of real estate. The Tigers losing 1 here could prove very fatal at the end, and we see some attempted for some headshots. Zombie getting Amigo down very low, but pulling back to reload, and It was 2 down for the Dragons, but only Frankie is still standing up for the Tigers. Look just how quickly everybody's fallen here.
And Azure Dragons doing such a great job of always trading out their pushes, and they actually got caught there by zone a little bit. I think White Tiger was a little bit too slow on the defense there, and once the zone started coming up from behind them, it was really easy for Azure Dragons to put on tons of pressure and just start getting downs all over the place. So good job from Azure Dragons recognizing that they could use the zone to pressure their opponent and get a little bit more aggressive once they needed to.
Well, now as well, I mean, kind of going from what was, factory mill and a lot of very close-knit areas, we've got a little open room here. And you can see right off the bat, Azure Dragons trying to take advantage of that by going out into the open, pushing to the east, and seeing if they can catch where the White Tigers might be putting down. As we've seen throughout today, the White Tigers do like to stay clustered early on the start of the fight until they get that extra information on where the Dragons could be. But already you can see on the minimap, Dragons have sent one to play another off angle and feed that information back to the squad.
Yeah, you're totally right. Azure Dragon taking one person extremely wide, but honestly, there's not tons of cover for them to walk in, so I'm curious to know if it's just going to be a call that has to be made, whereas your Dragons is just going to push these buildings really, really hard while their flanker shows up. But it looks like they're starting to group up again a little bit. Maybe the plan they were looking for didn't quite work out once they started engaging, and Shinra taking tons of damage here. Already White Tigers with 2 members down to 50%, and that's actually going to be the down onto Shinra and to Frankie. 2 members left of White Tiger already. They are able to trade out Ravkush. There comes the time turner, but it might not be enough as Killa versus Amigo here is able to take down Amigo, but the rest of Azure Dragons going to flood in, and that's going to be 3 rounds straight over to Azure Dragons.
I mean, Ryan and Lewis really put in some wild work for that. We talked about the member of the Dragons that did go wide. That was Ryan on the other side of the fence, and a little bit of jump scouting showed him the position of the members of White Tigers. He's able to get 2 knocks out of that and then kind of made it easy cleaning for the rest of the Azure Dragons, though. As you said, it did come at a slight cost with the trades. So now that they lead 3-1, if they can just get one more, it will be game point, and they will win the second map in a row. So, White Tigers got to pull something out of the bag if they want to keep this going.
They really have to turn up the heat here because Azure Dragons is getting everything that they want. They're getting tons of map position and tons of map presence. So it's really hard for White Tigers to set up any sort of defense. Frankie here looping around, and now they're going for a 2-2 split with Zombie and Killa holding down this building that is kind of more right in front, but there we see the wrap around. They're going to try and go aggressive here with the wrap, are able to get some damage down onto Luis, but I don't think that was enough, and now it's probably White Tigers that know that they need to start grouping up here, or it could be very, very disastrous. 3 members looking down on 2 on the south side, and it's going to be Ryan actually going down first. Killa able to trade that out really effectively, and maybe this aggression is starting to fall apart for them. Luis, almost no health left there.
I mean, again, we saw Ryan once again try to be proactive and play a little bit different than the rest of the squad. Unfortunately, it cost him his life. And as you can see, the trade did come out onto Shinra, and now Ravkush actually is going to fall here. So it is a 2v1, down to now a 3v1 as Luis. Last one still up. It has been spotted out. So good victory, a needed victory there by White Tiger to keep this one going.
And how the tables have turned. White Tigers now using their position and using that pressure that they had by splitting their team to put Azure Dragon up against the zone. And as the zone came in, it was so hard for them to find cover. Even with the use of the glue walls, it started falling apart so quickly once they lost those early trades. And as you said, that was absolutely a needed win for White Tiger. They are still in this game. They have a little bit more money now in the pockets to be able to spend on some weaponry and some glue walls. And now we're seeing that there's glue walls almost on every player. Yep, there we go. Every player opting for the glue walls here. They're going to be so important as there isn't tons of cover other than the middle here. Already tons of damage going down, but it's traded out. The full stack of White Tiger able to take out Luis, and that is a really, really important early knock for them, the glue wall here, as Luis tries to hold down this door.
We saw Soy Amigo getting really close there to Frankie, and just as Frankie pushes out, does try to catch off Soy Amigo, but we see immediately popped off that time turner and is able to get some damage there into Azure Dragons as 2 members have fallen now. Soy Amigo and Ravkush, the only ones still up, and it looks like Ryan is going to be flushed out as well.
and this is going to be so important that the trades come out, but they aren't able to trade it at all. And Soy Amigo already knocked Ravkush, the MVP of Game 1, is going to have to try and make a miracle happen here, and that would be the start of it. One down onto Killa, tries to thirst them all the way, but it looks like they're going to opt for the res here, and I don't know if I agree with that play, as Ravkush is able to wrap behind, and he might able to clutch this, and he takes round number 4. Oh my goodness, Ravkush. That was ridiculous. Able to just wrap all the way behind the glue wall and thirst right when the res was going down. I cannot believe what we just watched.
I mean, Saul, you wasted absolutely no time. You talked about the aggression that we've seen from this team. That was a perfect example of it there. Immediately looping around the double glue wall. He knew that res was coming out. I think there's a little bit of confusion for a second. So not only did he get both of those kills, but then the last kill for, I believe it was Shinra, coming around the corner and securing that win for them. So well played by the White Dragons there as they take map number 2.
You have to wonder if you're White Tigers there, you had the numbers advantage and they were able to see that. I'm very, very shocked that they tried to go for that revival, especially when they knew that the zone was closing and they had the positional advantage inside the building with plenty of glue walls to work with. So maybe a bit of a misstep there. Maybe the pressure really came down on them. But now we get to check out the MVP. And I mean, for me personally, that last play, I know who my pick would be, but let's see who we are granted here. It's actually going to be Luis, 1,800 damage and 5 kills. Absolutely popping off this game, taking a little bit of the glory away from Ravkush, but man, this team is performing so well thus far. And game number 2 had Azure Dragons written all over it.
I mean, Luis really did a good job throughout all of those rounds. I mean, we saw him oftentimes be one of the last players up, still alive, and finding those kills, and as you saw, damage as well. So a good lead for his squad, but I mean, the 4 of them really working well together thus far.
Great job here, and we see the score line here. Actually, Ravkush picking up 6 kills, so consistency is key here, and Ravkush consistently picking up those kills, but Luis with 1,800 damage. And honestly, almost every member of Azure Dragon completely out-damaging the other team. Soy Amigo, the only one that was underneath, but I mean, look at this, 1,800 from Luis, 1,435 from Ryan, 1,697 from Ravkush, and at the top of the leaderboard for White Tiger, we saw Frankie with 1,370. So, I mean, if you're White Tigers here, you have to make an adjustment. You need to either play your positions a little differently to make sure you turn up that aggression, because these damage numbers are just not doing it for them.
I mean, the Azure Dragons, 17 kills to the White Tigers, 7. And you talk about what they need to do different. White Tigers really need to set up and figure out how they can get those kills out. Now, the one thing to note, the damage is a lot more spread between the members this map than the previous map. The previous map, we had 1 or 2 members on each team that really took damage much farther. We can see this time it's a little bit more spread. I mean, Killa actually not the damage leader this time for his team over there on the Tigers. So getting ready to go into this next map, though, you've got to say, you know, the White Tigers haven't won a map yet. They've lost both. They did start out really strong in map 1, getting the first 2 round victories, and then they kind of fallen behind, and it doesn't seem like they've really been able to catch their stride since.
And if they didn't have an underdog story already, they definitely have it now. To be able to get out of the semifinal, they have to show up with the reverse sweep and win 3 games in a row to stay competitive and move on to the finals. So the pressure is on, but I think they can do it. I think that these plays are all really, really fragile, and it is really just the tilting point of the gunfight that really decides where the round goes. So I think they're still in it. If they're able to adjust and, again, just put down a little bit more damage, these fights go very, very differently. But here we go into game number 4, and this could be game number 3, and this could be the win for Azure Dragons if White Tiger isn't able to put up a win on the board.
Yeah, and we're starting off an observatory, which does have a lot of open area, but also these close-knit kind of corners to play off of with all of these buses and vans in the parking lot. And you can see right off the bat, Azure Dragons being a little bit careful not to get caught out in this. They're trying to stay on the edge here of the parking lot, but are going to take a guess. It looks like they found Zombie, who might have been AFK. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe we have a bit of a disconnect, but in any case, real unfortunate there. And this looks like White Tiger's already in a quite a bit of a player deficit. They're able to trade out onto Soy Amigo and continue trading as Killa keeps putting down damage. But seeing a little bit of a jolt here, and Luis really popping off.
Luis is the only one left still standing. There's maybe an option for Rez's. Of course, as I say, that Soy Amigo getting flushed out, and Killa had the perfect angle on him here. And so that is a well-needed first-round win for White Tigers. Again, they need to win this map if they want to stay into this and move forward to the grand finals.
Absolutely right. And I'm not sure what went on there, but even with the AFK, potentially AFK, I'm not sure what was going on. They're still able to take the round. And like you said, absolutely need to get a little bit of momentum going. And this is the way that you do it. Winning that first round, now it is up to the White Tigers to really use their economy intelligently to make sure they're able to keep this advantage going. And here we go on to Sentosa. And Frankie out on the wide flank, and I think this is where we're seeing Frankie really often, honestly. I think that they like playing those really wide angles, but on a map like this where there's quite a few buildings, and a lot of the buildings are honestly quite centered on the zone, a little bit more defense here. Ravkush already taking tons of damage, but the time turner is there to save him with almost no health left to speak of.
And you can see, I mean, Ravkush actually opted for an AR this round. He got the FAMAS, and he hasn't been able to get a kill off just yet. I think that might have been the hope to spin the economy onto that gun and see what it might be able to accomplish. But White Tigers playing this one together. You can see them being really careful to move onto this compound, trying to take this cautiously, and seeing if playing these angles, they can get any information before taking that push inside. I mean, as we've seen how detrimental that can be when they vault into the windows. So this is coming very, very slowly, but as the zone's closing in, they're starting to run out of time.
And this one is going to put so much pressure on White Tigers. And if you notice, neither team has glue walls left. If anyone bought them, they were used early on in that engagement. So now it is up to the players defending the building to hold it down as their piece of cover. Ryan maybe getting a little bit too aggressive here on the flank. And there's so much damage coming out from Shinra that he actually goes down and is fully thirsted. Luis follows shortly after. Ravkush in line with the rest of his teammates as White Tiger completely wipes the Azure Dragons in round number 2.
I mean, White Tigers needed a miracle, and it looks like we're starting to see the beginnings of that now. But, I mean, this is a bit similar to what we saw on map 1. White Tigers had led 2-0, and then once the economy balanced itself out, we were able to see the Dragons come back and take it away from them. But, again, I mean, we saw some expensive purchases come out from the Dragons that round. It didn't work quite well in their favor, so we're still seeing a bit of the SMGs. We've got some Thompsons, some umps. And see how this might work well for them here.
And it was so important that they kept this momentum up, because now moving on to round number 3, if they're able to get another round under their belts, this is going to be Azure Dragons with tons of pressure, but that is not how you want to start the round with momentum. Killa already going down. This is going to be an aggressive push from Azure Dragons. They do have the time turn and a couple of shields to work with. That's going to be the read-down onto Killa. Frankie following shortly after. All 4 members of Azure Dragons still up, and no members of White Tigers left alive.
I mean, you know, that's got to feel good. The Dragons waiting for that moment to finally take this game back into their hands. We're switching back up now to Mill and see where the buying's coming out. I mean, plenty of economy for pretty much both sides of the teams. Let's see, though, what we can see. Are we going to have another really heavy push coming in from the Dragons here onto the Tigers?
And it's so important right now that the White Tigers play this intelligently. They lost a round, but it is not lost. They have to keep their head in the game because they need this Game 3 win. And here we see Ravkush already taking a bit of a wide angle, and they might catch out Killa here, who is also on the wide flank. But all teams choosing to stay a little bit close, and it's Ravkush who's immediately punished. Great start there from White Tigers, who really needs this round to go their way. And now Luis trying to hold that height, but Killa's already gone. Got away with the kill, and now it's just a clean 4 versus 3 situation.
I mean, you saw Ravkush just looked away at the worst possible time. He didn't see Killa pushing out from that angle, and that just made an easy knock for the White Tigers to take out one of the best fraggers right there onto the Azure Dragons. But, I mean, again, we need to be mindful of the zone as the blue will start to push everybody in. You've got the high grounds up here to the Azure Dragons, but the White Tigers starting to make those moves.
And this is Ryan with a time turner ready to go as well. So even with the glue wall, they're able to do a little bit more with it. But that's actually going to be Killa. That's immediately punished for walking up maybe a little bit too far. Frankie trying to hold down this angle, but it's not going to be enough. Actually gets knocked down. And 2 more members of White Tiger left. They can't clean this up, but they need to trade these kills out quickly. It's going to be Ryan going down
Luis.
and Amigo almost going down as well. Luis, the last one alive with full health, and it's White Tigers. Round number 3. Wow. What a play.
Hey, I mean, Shinra once again pulling in those clutch plays at the very end and now keeping it 3-1. If they can win this round, that will be the first map for them and keep them moving forward. Remember, this is a best of 5 maps. Azure has won 2 maps already. So if Azure wins 1 more, that's going to be it for this pairing. So the White Tigers really need to win the rest of the matches going forward if they want to kind of stay into this.
And this could be the start of the underdogs with their reverse sweep. But Azure Dragon, obviously, they're still in it. They're still able to play this out. And it's up to White Tigers to close this out cleanly and quickly. 3 rounds to 1. They have all of the, I think, they probably have all the economy that they could possibly need to be able to play this effectively. 3 glue walls on either side. And the zone ending with tons of buildings and tons of cover. Ryan looking for a grenade here, doesn't quite find Frankie, but he is going to find him inside this building.
Oh,
Tons
Frankie.
of damage going down, and Frankie going down with it.
I mean, Frankie tried his best. You can see his teammates cover, but perfectly popped time turner is going to give Luis just a little extra breathing room to play from along with their teammates. I just love the way that they're all able to work together. You can see a quick healing break to recover and then back to join in on the action. Ryan, though, is going to be flushed out of this, but they've just got to focus on Shinra and Zombie, but now it's a 2v2.
And Killa low on health, but doesn't actually go down, so now it's a 3 versus 1 situation if no reses are out for Revkush, and Revkush now the last member once again. And we've seen this before. We saw this in round number 1. Let's see what Revkush is able to do. Is able to knock down Shinra. 2 more to go. Is it the Azure Dragons that are able to clutch it out with Revkush in the wings? But no. What a glue wall.
I mean, this glue wall's coming out at the perfect moment, and you can see just how low an actual res was attempted to come out, but this time, he wasn't able to work that magic, and a booyah, much needed right now for the White Tigers.
Clover, I was getting nervous there. It was looking so much like round number 1 with the res going wrong, but they are able to clean it up there. Ravkush not quite able to clutch it. And that is a great way to start this reverse sweep if they're going to make it happen. White Tigers really needed to get that win on the board.
Absolutely. And I mean, my heart is pounding right now because it was so close at the end to see where that could have played out. But I mean, now the hard work comes in. You talk about the underdog story that we've got to work for. The White Tigers have to win everything from here on out. There's no more rooms for mistakes.
Yeah, and, you know, they gave up a round, but they looked pretty dominant there. And honestly, they were able to put down so much damage in the right spots that Azure Dragons kind of looked out of sorts in a lot of those fights. In fact, if you're Azure Dragons, you really don't want to see 1 member trying to take down 3 right at the end. As good as Ravkush is already with an MVP under their belts, they have to do a little bit more, because if you have Ravkush and a couple other members up, that is a completely different fight. So they need to be picking their fights a little bit more carefully like they were in game number 1 and find that stride again, because they can't get run over by White Tigers like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think our MVP is ready for that match. So we'll take a look, see who it was. Do we finally have a repeat? Oh, it's actually going to be Killa. Again, we've been talking about the praise, all the work that he's been putting in for his squad. We can see well-deserved there. I mean, Shinra, Zombie, Frankie really put that work in that game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the damage numbers because, like you mentioned, in game number 2, we saw them a little bit more evenly distributed, a little bit less top-heavy. I'm going to go ahead and assume that it isn't the case here. I think we might go back to that sort of top-heavy. But in any case, curious to see the damage numbers. But good job on Killa. Game number 3 MVP. And curious to see how many kills they were able to rack up. And here we go, 11 kills, Clover. Oh,
that's
my
more
goodness.
than all of the Dragons combined. Dragons had 8 kills. Eight kills. I mean, look, we actually had 2 members of the Dragons not even break 1,000 damage. I think that's the first time today that that's happened. And the work that Killa and Shinra put in for their squad, 2281, 1750. That's just wild.
Yeah. Wild is, I think, the best word for it. Almost 500 damage from Killa above the 2nd and 3rd place. Luis doing their absolute best, but 1376 is is really just not going to cut it against Killa's 2200. And I honestly didn't catch that. I didn't see Killa getting all of those kills, but maybe it's the silent Killa that we're watching, because that is a crazy score line to be seeing from White Tigers.
Yeah. And I, I mean, we saw a lot of that kind of leaning up against buildings, peeking the corners, waiting for the ambush. And I think finally, when the Tigers were kind of able to say, you know what, that kind of is the play, but the better play here is to just put ourselves in a fragging position safely. And we really saw that there. So the game is ready, guys. I think we're going to go into the next match and see if the White Tigers can do it again, or if the Azure Dragons will finally get their last map win that they need to move forward.
And before we get going, let's talk about these skins. I mean, these are so sick. And we're going to be seeing them throughout the entire day. Azure Dragons versus the White Tigers. They're so clean and crisp. Let's see if they can take... let's see who gets the skin advantage, at least, because these games have been really close. But, I mean, White Tigers here, this is a storyline that they have to make happen. They could tie it up here with a really good game and be in contention for the win and moving on to finals.
And you can see right now we've got the pets in full action, as well as, once again, I mean, we're seeing a full wide wrap from the Dragons. They're playing the edge here, and they've completely thrown the Tigers through a loop. I'm not sure that they realized right away where they are, but it looks like Shinra looked at just the perfect time, spotting them out. It's taken a couple shots, but now joining back to teammates. Remember, we've really seen the White Tigers try to stay together.
And good heads up from Shinra. That could have been really disastrous, but able to recognize what was happening. And now this could actually spell disaster for Azure Dragons, who have the zone at their back, giving up the center completely to White Tigers, as well as a very defensible building. So I'm curious to see if White Tigers is able to defend this, as Azure Dragons is going to have to push in here. Seems like they're giving up a little bit of the priority, taking a little bit of damage, and down goes the time turner, possibly a little bit early. Shinra going down, and that is really good for Azure Dragons to start off this fight.
I saw the attempted camouflage, but just didn't quite work this time. And Luis wasting no time to get all of those flushes, and a strong start here for the Dragons.
Yeah, and what a way to kick it off. Maybe they're mad. Maybe they didn't like how many rounds they gave up in game number 3. So they are here to play, and they're not going to make it easy for the White Tigers to come back. And this is game point for the Azure Dragons if they're able to pick it up here. So great start for them. Now with this slight economic advantage, let's see what they're able to do. Excuse me, no pun intended, as glue walls are now purchased for the second round.
I like the pun. A pun should be intended, because especially here in Factory, I mean, this could be the perfect place for glue walls. We've seen how these teams play the mix of the high ground and low ground with the catwalks, and Frankie wasting no time to be the first up there. It's a lot of damage into Amigo, but with that glue wall going up, actually is going to keep him alive. We can see Frankie falls here now. Push coming in from Azure Dragon.
And that could have been so good for the White Tigers, but instead it's Frankie who goes down first. Ravkush traded out on the flank, but they are able to knock Shinra in the process. And now Killa, trying to hold it down, is able to knock down Ryan. But at what cost? It's just Killa left here. Round number 2, and it's a 1v2 situation.
Oh, he spots Luis. Oh, I mean, that was such a nasty shot, and perfectly timed. Got it into Amigo as well, waiting for that push to come out, and not quite sure. Oh, I think Amigo might have hoped to help Luis out at all. It's a 1v1 full, and that glue wall, the only thing really standing between both of them. Now this crate coming up. Amigo wasting no time, but he is going to fall here. Killa down to 30 HP, but finds the victory.
And we see the MVPs from the previous games trying to hold it down, trying to clean up the round, but the clean 1v1 was in the favor of Killa, and that is a great way to come back from that first round loss. And now really the rest of this is anybody's game. It is going to be all about what they're able to do with their economy and what they're able to do on these maps. Here we see a big central building right in the middle that I'm going to guess both teams want to contest really quickly.
Both teams and really spent well that round as well. We're seeing a lot of SMGs, ARs come back out. The glue walls stacked for some players. Shinra Killa opting not to pick up any Luis as well. But let's see, with so much coverage in this map, you could, I think, do well enough without the glue walls, especially with the weapons that these teams have picked.
Definitely. Here we see White Tiger really just holding the perimeter. In fact, both teams just opting for the perimeter. Maybe there's just way too much open space in that building that they don't want to gamble with here. A lot of damage going down onto Luis early from Killa. Not quite the down they were looking for. And Luis should be able to recover. We'll see how this flank goes, though, as two members of White Tiger now wrapping around the west side of this building. And as the circle closes, all of the teams are going to be forced into this building, and it's going to be all up to Killa and the glue walls to play cover for White Tigers.
And once again, Ravkush being very daring holding those angles. We can see Frankie just completely locks and loads here into Soy Amigo, getting down to half health, but got to be wary for this trade coming out.
And that is a really big trade. If you're going to take down a member of Azure Dragons, Ravkush is definitely one of the ones you want to prioritize, but unfortunately, they're able to trade out Killa and take down Frankie in the process. Now a 3v1 for Shinra. This is going to be really, really tough, but we've seen it happen before. Let's see if the White Tigers can make it happen here.
Oh, he ran right past him.
A bit of a wide swing and immediately punishes Ryan. Shinra still full health, also taking down Amigo, and one more member left of Azure Dragons, and they are not full health. Both with a little bit of cover here to play. Oh my goodness, what a way to end round number 3.
Luis took the push right to Shinra, but Shinra able to recover a little bit, is going to clean house on this, and White Tigers with the perfect recovery into this now as we push forward into round 4. White Tigers leading 2-1.
And it's like all of these players love to be in this underdog situation. Another 1v3, this time won out by Shinra. And already 4 kills for Shinra as well as Killa. That's looking really, really great. But Luis was the member that could have almost cleaned that up, sporting a 7-kill scoreline. What a close match here. And what an important match for White Tigers to be up on.
I'm curious, though, I mean, as we're going into Cape Town, we've seen these urban sprawls and how they sometimes work in the favor of the Azure Dragons. So Frankie right now being careful around these windows and waiting to see if any of the members of the Dragons take those wide wrap rotation flanks like we've seen come out. But glue walls thrown down by Luis. Nobody there, right? I mean, this is kind of like the ultimate game of chicken here. Both teams taking this one very cautiously and as center circle as you can get.
Most definitely seeing what looked like a potential wide wrap from Azure Dragons on that south side, but they don't end up committing to it too hard. Ryan maybe just holding down some alternate angles, and it is really important that you're holding as many angles as possible, because look at where White Tigers is. They have to skip out of this one building that they're holding, and every member of Azure Dragons is going to be looking down on them.
And see, it looks like as well, White Tigers I'm going to send 2 out to investigate a bit as the pressure from the zone closing in is going to force this movement. But once again, Ryan playing scout, playing that off angle. It hasn't been working well for him, though. He's been caught off. So if Killa can spot Ryan here, that could be the thing that they need to turn the tides. He sees him, bolts out of the window, but just struggles to turn around and face him in time.
And that mantle was so deadly. Killa already caught out, and that's going to be Azure Dragons with a man up. So Amigo almost traded out, and no members going down from White Tiger quite yet. Luis is traded out, but Shinra follows closely after. This is such a delicate fight, but in the end, Frankie, the last member alive for White Tigers, is able to trade out Ravkush.
I mean, a battle of the MP40s. Frankie really gave it his all, but in the end there, Azure Dragons pick up the win for that round.
And they tie it all up here going into round number 5 on Clock Tower. And we see a lot of fights breaking out on the stairs here, but also that top building seems to be a really, really high priority. And I think both teams, again, they're playing it so slow, but I don't know if you can afford to do that on a map like this where it's such a, north-south situation. So I'm curious to see whether people start opting into snipers, because we haven't seen that yet. And maybe that just isn't the play. Maybe both teams are more comfortable going aggressive instead of trying to hold down these angles for too long and getting pushed by the zone.
Yeah, we've really seen teams opt for the SMGs, and we could see as well the Thompsons, the MP40s out in full force, and then they're waiting for those close-range fights, which, again, when we have buildings like this, that's the anticipation. But Zombie, actually with the shotgun, trying to trade it back out, did not connect, though.
And that fell apart really quickly. White Tigers losing 3, make it 4. As Azure Dragons pick up that round. From 1 second to the next, Clover, that round was over.
I mean, an absolute wild and a booyah in the end for the Dragons, something they've been working really hard for. We talked about the underdog story that the White Tigers had here after a slow start, but ultimately the firepower and just I think the way that the Dragons have played this one calm and collectively really allotted them the wins today.
And I actually think I don't know who's did we wait, no, we have one more round. We have one more round. Azure Dragon's actually not able to pick it up there. We're going to roll into the next match. But that was a really, really big win for them. 3 versus 2 now. Azure Dragons on game point. And possibly the last round that we'll be seeing here at this first semifinal. Early glue wall is Ravkush as he tries to make a push onto this backside. And one member of Azure Dragons really, really wide, not quite involved in the fight. Ryan goes down early and Killa. Really, really important trade there as the glue walls come down for them to be able to heal.
Well, you see the trade still coming out right now. 2 members still up for the White Tigers. And once again, no surprise to see that Ryan was down, but he also was res too. So now back up 4 strong for the Azure Dragons. You can see Ravkush wasting no time, but unfortunately gets taken down, and Shinra going straight into that camouflage to try to get away.
But a ton of those kills do get traded out, and Frankie and Shinra both now recovering health and taking Ryan down on the process. Now a 2 versus 1, and they might be able to finish this one.
Oh, he's
I don't
so
know how
low.
that wasn't the knock. And now Shinra picking up the final kills, tying it up, and we are going to a round 7.
I mean, this is wild, right? If Azure Dragons can pick this up, they will have victory here for this matchup of the semifinals. If the White Tigers can win this one as well, they'll tie it and take it to a 5th and final map. So much on the line right now between both these teams.
And I think all teams now, or both teams, excuse me, are going to be full buying here. We see tons of glue walls on both sides. 3 for both Frankie and Killa. 3 for both Ryan and Amigo going into this. So it's going to be really, really important that they utilize these intelligently and make sure you don't get too aggressive without trading out those kills. That has been the name of the game so far. And it's really, really up to White Tigers to make it happen here if they want to continue on to a game number 5.
You see as well, White Tigers trying to play a bit of the high ground right now as they try to get up onto the roofs, but looks like on the other side of Observatory, Azure Dragons doing much of the same. And you can see Ravkush a little bit careful not to go on the top part of the roof there in the clearing, using this ledge as coverage, knowing that the moment they expose themselves, they could find themselves in a quick knock by members of White Tigers that are nearby.
Yeah, and really fragile here. Again, we see another map where both teams opting to let the zone make the fights happen instead of being too proactive and possibly risking getting knocked out of position. A little bit of damage traded out here, but again, it's going to really come down to the last moments of this round as this circle closes. I think we're going to see an absolute bloodbath on the stairs here.
The zone going to be a big factor in all this, and we've seen these stairs be bloodbaths before, depending on who's kind of the last one to, I think, make the push downward, with still 4 up on both sides. You can see both teams really making sure that they make no mistakes onto this, and a little frustration there from Killa, as I think is trying to bait some shots out, and you can see Frankie now pushing outside first, trying to see what information he could call it to his teammates. Does spot Soy Amigo, and tries to get those shots, doesn't quite connect.
What a fragile spot to be in if you're Azure Dragons right now. They have to make some of these
they
knocks
stuck.
happen, but the zone is pushing in. No knocks quite yet, but Frankie, I think, is stuck here right behind this glue wall. Zombie already knocked, but Luis is traded out. Amigo goes down with him. Frankie also dropped, and now Ravkush, the last member standing for Azure Dragons, and he might actually make it happen here.
No!
Oh my goodness, Ravkush. So close to making it happen.
I mean, that was absolutely so close. Down to the wire there, we saw the blue closed in, the glue walls really trapping everybody down, and it was just chaos in the close range. A big reason why, again, we saw so many of the teams opting for those SMGs, those close range weapons. But the White Tigers managed to very narrowly pull a rabbit out of the hat.
And we're going to a game 5 already. I am so excited. And we had already kind of seen, you know, all of these influencers are here to play. They're here to get wins. So already a close matchup taking us to game 5. What a performance. And all of these rounds, almost all of these rounds have been so close. There's, you know, some steamrolls on one side, but at the end of the day, first to 4, it's coming down to the wire.
Yeah, and And I think we're going to take a look now at the match MVP, see who it was. I've got my guesses. I know you've got yours, but ultimately can only be one, and it is Killa for a second time.
Killa absolutely deserved, absolutely popping off every game now. And maybe it was just the White Tigers that needed to get warmed up here as they are well on their way to making this reverse sweep happen. And here we see 39.94 on the damage charts. That is absolutely ridiculous.
He's living up to his name. I mean, Killa is an absolute killer. He didn't get 11 kills this time. He got 7, but he did a better job sharing with the rest of the squad. We see Shinra also picked up 7 that match with 2273 damage. I mean, we look on the other side, though. I mean, Luis, who's also been putting in consistent work there for the Dragons with 8 kills and 2600 damage.
And so far, we've seen a lot of Luis and Ravkush holding down some of those final fights. But Luis putting out so much damage once again. Absolutely pivotal that they keep this up, because going into game number 5, it's going to be down. It's been so close. And I think the rounds are going to be even closer here in game number 5 because both teams want it so bad. And Azure Dragon's already so close to taking it, but they've already been taken to a game 5. It's got to be really tough, and they just got to stay with it and make sure that their mental stays up to the cut.
I mean, you put the nail on the head there. We got to see if their mental can stay up to the cut. But now we're going to go into the match as it is ready. We're going to see how these teams play this one out once again, starting at the observatory.
Yep, right back onto observatory we go, and it is going to be a pistol fight for the first round. And honestly, maybe kickstarting a little bit of momentum. We've seen that happen with White Tigers a couple of times. Sometimes they win that first round and really just get going. So here defending the the Vans is Azure Dragons, trying to find an angle here and maybe an early knock.
These pistol rounds always excite me because, I mean, just so much chaos can ensue for this. And again, I mean, to return back to Conservatory where there is so much coverage, we didn't really see any economy spent on blue walls, or the glue walls that I really don't expect to see for the first 2 rounds at all. And you can see now good damage right there into the White Tiger, but quickly recovered. They're pretty much trapped in here.
Yeah, Azure Dragons taking absolute control, and they are surrounded. The SWAT team is here to infiltrate, and White Tigers now, with their zone to their back, they are the ones that are going to have to make the move first, and it's going to be Zombie almost going down immediately, and a time turner early here from Ravkush as they start the fight. Zombie going down in his own time turner. What a play here from Ravkush, not afraid to get aggressive here, and that's going to be another knock, this time onto Luis, but traded out to Shinra.
I mean, we saw it really a good idea to pop that time turn and try to use that as an opportunity to heal, but just backfired, and Soy Amigo trading it out as well as now a 2v2 Ravkush, Soy Amigo trying to get this up. Luis was res, but Ravkush falls down here, and Soy Amigo letting into all members here of White Tigers, but now it's down to just one.
Soy Amigo not able to put down enough damage there, and Zombie almost dead. This will take a couple more shots, and now a clean 1v1 between Luis and Killa. Luis with the time turner. This could be really, really dangerous here for White Tigers. Doesn't actually find the kill quite yet, but he does clean it up, and that's going to be round number 1 going to Azure Dragons.
Again, I mean, we talked about the work that Luis has been putting in for his team. We're seeing that consistently here again, and now it's time to put that economy to good use. SMGs starting to come back out, and you can see as well, I think a few glue walls may be purchased, but again, we're not really expecting too many in terms of glue walls to come out until maybe the next round. The second, not so much. I think Shinra really the only person who's purchased a wall.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how they're going to use this, and I think we're already seeing it here. 2 members of White Tigers opting for a very, very wide flank here, but they might just be matched by the entire team of Azure Dragons, who might have just called this out. Maybe the White Tigers have played this too open face the last couple of rounds. They are really, really in the open, and they need to get a couple knocks here if they're going to make this flank work.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself, so the White Tiger is going to continuously fall for this. You can see they kind of broke up a bit to catch the Azure Dragons off on their flank. And right now, Shinra down low is going to get traded. 2 members of the Tigers are down. Killa flushed out. Shinra just about flushed out now at Luis. Trying to focus on that res, but Amigo taking a lot of damage here from Zombie.
Yeah, and this is really, really tight, but White Tigers punished for that split that they try to make happen. They are able to knock Ryan, but it's not going to be enough. Zombie already going down. Frankie, the last member standing for White Tigers. I don't know if they're going to be able to make this 1v3 happen, but that's how you start it. Going for the flush and actually still alive here.
Frankie! Oh. Frankie tried so hard there, but again, Ravkush, Luis, once again, good, strong presence in the late game.
Absolutely fantastic job there from Azure Dragons, recognizing that they've seen that play from White Tigers before, seeing that bit of a split to sneak up and maybe catch a member, but instead you catch the entire team and there's just no way that 2v4 is going to go your way. So here we go into round number 3 with a 2-0 lead on the side of Azure Dragons.
Here we go. The force field is down and teams are at the ready right now, trying to get as center as possible. Take control over this, and you can see, again, Azure Dragons are kind of playing the edge and wrapping around, trying to see if they can get to the side or even behind White Tigers, but White Tigers anticipating this yet again.
And I think they've seen it enough times that they know how to start prepping for this. 3 glue walls on the side of Azure Dragons, so they can make a couple of these plays happen, but maybe a little bit too aggressive here. Soy Amigo almost going down, but is able to recover and is able to put down the time turn, and that might have been the best bait possible as Killa goes down, trying to finish off that kill. Soy Amigo still up, and Zombie actually going down. Ryan traded first, Amigo following closely after, and now a clean 2v2.
Ravkush trying to use all the walls to their advantage, and might be able to catch Shinra off guard if he can act quickly. Good shooting is going to find the knock, and that time turner posted at the exact perfect moment. But as Frankie and Zombie try to recover, you can see Ravkush, Luis, really trying to push back towards center as the zone closing in quickly.
And White Tigers able to pick up Zombie there, who was knocked down, and keep this even. Frankie almost traded out for Luis, but neither one goes down. There is the glue wall and the slow recovery, but the zone is coming. Both of these teams are going to have to make something big happen here, and it's going to come down to this next gunfight.
Frankie playing this patiently. Frankie in a more centralized position right now for the zone. The pressure is really going to be on Ravkush and Luis. You can see really just have no choice but to full send it, trying to get as close as they can without being out in the open. And Zombie spotted back out, but tries to pull back, let Frankie support one side, looks for another member, finds Ravkush, but falls here. And a quick cleanup there as the Dragons take that one in the hand.
And the proactivity of Ravkush really gave it the Azure Dragon juice that we needed to see for them to take that round. The clean 2v2 is nothing if you have someone like Ravkush flanking up on your team. So good kills on them, and now it is possibly the final round of the game. Azure Dragon could take it here if they win round number 4. They have the economy to do it, and they obviously have the skill to do it. White Tigers, what are you going to do to make this your game?
I mean, they really just need to win it at this point. I think we might see a strong aggression coming out from the Dragons, see if they can just catch White Tiger off guard and do what we saw a little bit of a last game, just tear them apart one by one and take that one in the hand. So all they need is one more round win, and this will be their ticket into the grand finals. You can see right now, unlike before, White Tigers actually opting to take this one slow.
And I like the position here for White Tigers. I mean, this height we've already seen often taken by the team with the height. So, I mean, if you're White Tigers, you don't want to get knocked first. You want to be the aggressor, but you want to be the aggressor at the right time. So patience from both teams as the zone closes in.
As the zone closing in, Ravkush holding that angle that actually hurt him last time. Remember, we played Mill earlier, and I believe that it was Shinra who caught him off guard there. So as we wait, edge play, nobody opting for center. I mean, the center of the zone right there is that staircase in the middle, and it's so out in the open. You can see teams really trying to look in that direction beyond it, waiting to see what the zone is able to push out in the open for them to play off of here.
Those grenades could have been big, but they don't quite find anyone. And here we see the battle of the glue walls commence. There is no cover, as you said, Clover, so it's going to be up to these teams to find good spots for those glue walls. But I think there's someone on height that could really punish the White Tigers here. Already a knock traded out. Zombie and Ryan both down. Shinra following closely after, and this is falling apart for the White Tigers. Already 3 members down. Make that 4.
That's it.
And that is the booyah going over to Azure Dragons.
The final booyah that the Azure Dragons needed, I believe, at this point. I know I got a little excited earlier. I thought that we were there, but we weren't. But I mean, just the absolute, you we talk about the mechanics, the pressure, the confidence that this team has had in this start of this game is looking fantastic. And it's going to carry them far moving forward. But we still got so many more games to play today before we get to that point.
Absolutely. Great performance there from White Tigers. And, they kept it close, but something changed in that game 5. And I don't know whether it was on the side of White Tigers or on the side of Azure Dragon, but Azure Dragon calling out every single play that White Tigers attempted, and even just going even on those circles where they had to play a little bit more even. So let's check out the MVP now because, man, what a way to go out, a 4-0. You hate to see it from White Tigers, but I'm sure Luis is happy as his team takes the first booyah of the best of 5 in the semis. And we see again Luis in the MVP spot. Not surprised a bit.
Well deserved. Luis really puts himself in the right fighting angles. Luis gets himself where he needs to be to get the kills. You can see Ravkush did tie it with him there in terms of kills. Actually led a bit in damage, but I mean we saw Luis consistently up in the late game and helping clinch out that complete shutout there, 4-0 versus the White Tigers.
Yeah, and look at these damage lines because it goes to show how close this actually was. Even though Azure Dragons took 4 rounds in a row, it was a very, very closely fought battle. I mean, with the exception of a couple of members on the side of White Tigers, everyone was putting in the work to keep it close. But again, those early knocks and those cleanups are what really makes these teams win rounds. And Azure Dragon just doing it a little bit better than White Tigers in game number 5.
Still, you got to commend the work that Killa, Shinra, Frankie, and Zombie put in for their team. They're still going to have a chance to play in the losers bracket for third place later on. But before we get to that point, we do still have another semifinal to play, which I'm really excited for.
Yeah, I'm absolutely ecstatic to get that rolling. Let's take a look at the bracket now so we can see some of the other matches that we're going to be watching. 3-2, Azure Dragon takes it and moves on to the finals. And the semifinal we'll get to watch next, Vermilion Bird against Black Tortoise, seeds number 2 and 3. So if we already saw a close game going to game number 5 between Azure Dragons and White Tigers, I can only imagine the Vermilion Bird versus Black Tortoise matchup being just as close.
Mm-hmm. And as you can see, even on the far side, Azure Dragon sitting in the first finals spot. So we've got so much more fun. I mean, for the Rampage Showdown, this is already so exciting. We're seeing the best influencers here in North America, best Free Fire players, and it's so exciting. I mean, we've seen some wild plays, some 3v1s that are actually able to pull off miracles. So, like you said, after that matchup, I'm really excited to see what Vermilion and Black Tortoise bring.
I am excited for another big game 5 situation. But in any case, let's take a look at our giveaway. For those of you who are tuned in earlier, you know that we will be giving away some awesome weapon loot crates, and we will be releasing the codes in segments. So code segment number 1, there you go. Make sure you jot that down and make sure you tune in for the rest of the show because we'll be releasing the rest of the code. And yeah, stay tuned to make sure you get those weapon loot crates.
All right. Well, guys, we're going to go to a quick break while we get the teams set up for the next round of semifinals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some more Free Fire Rampage Showdown.
I'm living in shadow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, love. Yes, I did it all for love. Oh, they say fools believe in it, so I guess I'm one of them. Oh, don't you know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fools gold. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Rampage Showdown. And I'm super excited to roll into game number 2. But first, Clover, any thoughts on these rosters? I think we've seen a couple of these players before, or at least we got to see them in the practice a little bit. So tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, Vermilion Bird, Daniel, aka DFW Daniel, as well as Nosy and Prince there for Black Tortoise, Santita, even some teams that we kind of got to peek at earlier this week. And man, we just talked about the aggressions that we saw from Azure Dragons and White Tigers. These are some players that you definitely want to watch out for.
Most definitely. And a quick reminder about the format. This is the second semifinal, so we'll be seeing a first to 4 and a best of 5 maps. Here we see Azure Dragon being the first victor of the semifinals. So Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise playing for the same thing, another best of 5. And I hope we go to 5 games because, man, that first semifinal was so exciting and so full of great, great gunfights.
I mean, again, I'm excited. I'm excited to go into that match. We got those great pistol starts, and then we're to see how these teams take away with it. The previous matchups were our first and 4 seeds. These are our 2 and 3 seeds, mixed up of a good mixture of players. And again, this is the best influencers here for North America. 40 of them played up to this point for the qualifying rounds, and so now we get to see which of your favorite influencers is the best. Rampage Showdown here, Free Fire. So I don't know. What are your thoughts? Who are you looking at going into this match?
I mean, we talked a little bit about it at the beginning, but I'm definitely a little bit biased. I love that design of the black tortoise. I think it's
Yeah.
so cool. But in terms of teams, I mean, we've seen a lot of players from Vermilion Bird. Like you said, we got a little bit of a peek, and we know that they can really pop off. So I think it'll be really close. I am honestly predicting another game 5, or at least I'm hoping for it. But let's roll into game number 2 of today, the second semifinal, to find out who will be joining Azure Dragons in the finals of the Rampage Showdown.
And look at that sexy color green. All right. I mean, we've been talking about skins all day and how exciting are these. So for those of you guys who haven't had a chance to log into Free Fire yet this weekend, make sure you do so. Get in on all of the events going on so you can get yourselves some of the big skins. And I know we've got some big collabs coming down the line as well. Some good Street Fighter, I believe, is coming up. Huh.
Yes, that is super exciting, and those look really cool. But in the meantime, we get to watch some early akimbo gunplay action. No members going down, but this fight already breaking out a lot faster than what we've seen on this particular portion of the map. And maybe it's the pistol round, or maybe it's just the fact that all of these players are super excited to get going, as unfortunately, one member already going down for Vermilion Bird. 3 members left here, almost trading it out, but not quite. Prince going down pretty low here, but it's still a 4 versus 3 situation for Vermilion Bird.
We switch to a 3v3 if they can't get the res, but Sand going down here, not looking good for Black Tortoise. They have struggled and just completely fallen apart. Ichigo putting in work.
And even though they were down a member early, they're able to bring it back so well. And I mean, that Toddy knock was not enough for Black Tortoise to just show up and finish it off. So the first round of semifinal number 2 going over to Vermilion Bird. And I mean, already we're seeing a lot of the players that we love to watch already popping off.
By round finishing up, SMGs starting to make an appearance. We've got a couple other pistols. People get a little bit fancy with it, so a little less reliance on the akimbo set. I mean, we saw the USP and the USP2. Difference there is going to be mag size. So now that we've got the SMGs, it's going to make this close range battle that much more detrimental here.
And we see once again that the teams on this part of the map opting to just play outside the building for as long as possible. Maybe catching someone on an aggressive rotation, or, maybe just getting a person that was not really quite ready to make the rotation. The zone closes. I believe it's a little bit closer to Black Tortoise here, so Black Tortoise will have to make their move a little bit earlier. But let's see what happens on this first gunfight as the circle closes. We should start seeing some action here, but look at the patience from both of these teams.
This patience, this is going to be huge. And Throwables at the perfect moment actually is going to get a knock onto Ichigo. You see Prince, a little celebratory, seeing if he can get a 2-for-1. Tries it a second time, but damage is going to be done onto Shadow. But it's like a trade coming out there on Sakita. Sam falling here.
They try to throw a second grenade to finish off that kill, but they're still able to get the revival anyway. It's going to be Nosy going down, Taddy following closely behind, and now 2 versus 3, but DF Daniel with no health to speak of. Prince is able to pick up another kill, and Black Tortoise getting wiped once again. That's going to be round number 2 going over to Vermilion Bird, and a great start for them.
A great start back into the economy. We see teams back in the force field buying round start, and just already the economic advantage that Vermilion Bird have going into this is going to allot them some good purchases. We're starting to see glue walls come out. Ichigo with 3, DF Daniel with 2, and that could be really helpful in that open area that we've got the containers in the middle of this map.
Yeah, we've seen how crazy the action gets in containers, especially if it gets down to a circle closer situation where you just have the circle in your back and have to make those gunfights happen. Those glue walls go crazy. And here we see Vermilion Bird going straight up aggressive and just trying to take as much space here as possible. We see a person on the southern flank already in a gunfight. Ichigo going down first, almost gets a knock onto Nosy, but it's not enough, and instead Santita goes down first. And now 2 members knocked on each side. The time turner protecting 2 of the people that are dropped, but Ichigo is going to die anyway. They are able to pick up Nosy, but not for long as they go down once again, and a 2v2 here with Black Tortoise on the advantage here, 2v1.
Toddy and Prince, it's down to both of them, and that throwable just falling short, and Toddy's actually going to be able to get the res onto DFW Daniel. So res came out there, Sand picked up as well, and Daniel getting blown across the way. Time Turner really giving Santita the cover that they need right now, and Toddy just running for dear life here.
And Santita raining down fire on the final member left of Vermilion Bird, with the exception of Toddy, who's doing their absolute best here to just hold the edge of zone and maybe hope for a bit of luck here and maybe get a clean flank, but I don't know what they're really expecting. This is going to be really, really tough. And maybe they're just saving their life for pride, or, you know, maybe they might just take this final gunfight. But great round there from Black Tortoise.
Is the zone closing in? Toddy is starting to run out of options and really allowing Santiago and Prince to find out exactly where Mr. Toddy is. And you can see Prince, Santiago know exactly where they are. Good shooting coming out, but Toddy just can't connect. Good victory there for Black Tortoise, who finally put one on the board.
Can we talk about that incredible glue wall? I know that they lost, but, like, come on. Seeing One Punch Man just stare you down as you try and push the final member of Vermilion Bird has to be a little bit intimidating. But in any case, Black Tortoise now putting a round up on the board, round number 4 here, and still looking pretty close. Both teams doing a really, really good job of getting those revivals when they need to make them happen. And it really is about finishing people off here, not even just getting the trades. We've seen people get knocked down but picked up almost immediately.
Once again, in the urban sprawl here, as you can see, good aggression crossing the street right now. Vermilion Bird's already trying to close the gap here. And it looks like Nazi has pulled back. Trying to see if they can find an off angle onto this. Maybe play a different side, and you could see Santita going down. That's actually going to pull Nazi back into this fight.
Yep, that is an early knock onto Black Tortoise, and 4 members of Vermilion Bird with full health. Down goes the Time Turner to maybe try and make this advantage even better for them, but Ichigo goes down in the process, and the bush was not enough cover. He does get found out, and now 2 members left of Black Tortoise, and this is just falling apart. But now Prince, the last member standing, might be able to make this happen, unless they immediately get killed right after I say that. Vermilion Bird 3-1 going into round number 5.
This could potentially be match point for Vermilion Bird if they can take this one back, or will we see a slow climb back to recovery for the Black Tortoise onto this one? Black Tortoise done with their purchase, but still plenty of economy for Vermilion Bird to work with, and we're starting to see some of the big guns come back out. Big Daniel.
And here on Pachinuk, we've definitely seen people get punished for being too creative with their flanks. But both of these teams seem to be completely unafraid to take early gunfights, and we already see both teams running straight into the middle almost, but Ichigo going down on the way in, and that's really good news for Black Tortoise, who needs to put another round up on the board to keep this game 1 going. And now we see Shadow taking a really, really wide angle. We've seen this be rewarded and also heavily punished, and it is all about execution.
Both teams taking this one a little bit more slower. Very different than what we saw with our first matchup, where teams were pretty aggressive to try to get as center as possible on the zone. We're really watching Vermilion Birds play the edge here. Black Tortoise not yet crossing the street. The glue wall's coming out. That's going to give him a bit of coverage here to close the gaps in this open area. And good throw, but unfortunately, no damage there.
Yeah, I think they might have been trying to get it under the window. This is such a hard spot to try and get a good grenade throw, but they are holding down the glue wall. 4 versus 3 situation, and now we already see a gunfight where Nosy is dropped, and Toddy, with the zone to their back, is going to get knocked up right after. And a 3v2 scenario. Black Tortoise keeping that man advantage up there. The glue wall has to come down, but that's going to be a great grenade taking down Prince. And Sam actually going down quickly after Sentita, the last member, having to fight here against Shadow, the 1 versus 1. I don't think they're going to be able to find a res here and a
that
clean
wall.
1v1 with glue walls.
It's just the glue walls coming out right now, really clutching here for Shadow. You saw how much open space they had. Now it's a 1v1 versus Santita, but the zone closing in. That's really going to keep pressure. Santita has no choice but to push, and there you go. Shadow is going to clean that one up with a booyah here of our second match.
Wow, what a dominant game from Vermilion Bird. That was honestly surprisingly one-sided. Even when Black Tortoise had that advantage with the players, it really was Vermilion Bird's ability to just maneuver, get the right reses, and get the right knocks in return. I am honestly surprised we ended up in a 1v1 scenario there right at the end of that game.
Yeah, and at the same time too, I mean the ability for Shadow to keep that much control, and considering how much disadvantage they were at, was so exciting. I mean, saving those walls for the most opportune moment.
So let's take a look at the MVP now. And honestly, the grenade play there was crazy. I think the grenades did so much work. But of course, at the end of the day, Shadow with 7 kills and 1,800 damage, taking the booyah and leading their team to victory in game number 1.
There we go. Toddy, Ichigo, DFW, Daniel, all put in work. And look at this beautiful matching skins, the whole team here.
These skins are so fantastic, and I'm so excited that we get to see them on full display here. And taking a look at the score lines, pretty well distributed. Sam on the side of Black Tortoise falling a little bit short on damage, but pretty much every other member that participated in these gunfights was doing so much work. Shadow actually just over the other members. We see Ichigo at 1,300, Daniel 1,647, Toddy 1,630. It's honestly so close. Even on the side of Black Tortoise, everyone near that 1,600, 1,700 range. So everyone's putting down the damage, but once again, it really is about who actually finds those downs early enough to be able to finish off those kills.
And just it goes to show how well teamwork is working in the favor right now for Vermilion Bird, by no particular player being top heavy in terms of damage or the work that they put in. Now, Shadow only died for one of the 5 matches, but I think that could account especially for the lead in kills. That said, I mean, this was only the first map. Black Tortoise still have a couple more to go, and you might see them shake this one off and come back with a vengeance.
And I really hope so, because, you know, you lose game 1, you don't have that advantage going into game 2, and you have to maintain this game plan that you might have had going in. Whereas Vermilion Bird, now with a game up, they might be able to turn up the aggression a little bit. Maybe they adjust and change up their game plan so much so that Black Tortoise is not able to adapt. But it is going to be up to Black Tortoise to find these wins here, because that was pretty one-sided. They did not take a lot of rounds in that first game. So a lot of adjustments having to be made here as we roll into game number 2.
And it's exciting because I've seen now what we had with our first matchups between the Tigers and these Dragons, and I want to know, can the can the Black Tortoise come back and take control? And we can see right now, no time being wasted by either team to get as center as possible. And pistols outshot, time turner hit. Nosy as well as Toddy are going to trade it back and forth here. See the flush, and time turner is going to help out Ichigo just a bit.
And quick trades here. Neither team willing to be super passive. This is probably the most aggressive we've seen this spot be played, as Santita trying to find a really good angle here, but might be punished. Isn't able to find cover quite quickly enough to take 0 damage. Nosy is finished off, and now it's just a straight up gunfight here. Ichigo trying to heal up, but actually finds an angle that is quickly punished. Ichigo taken down, Santita also taken down. Prince a little bit low health here, but a 2v2 to finish off this round.
That was a good high ground position right there for Shadow. You can see every time Sam gets peeked, he's punished, but good damage being put into Daniel is going to find the knock. Still have to take care of Ichigo and Shadow. Shadow at almost full health is coming in to close the distance here.
Oh, unfortunate there. Is able to, or it attempted to heal off, realized they weren't going to get it, and just get hard pushed. So first round going to Vermilion Bird, and if you're Black Tortoise, this is where you have to start worrying. You don't want this to go the way of game number 1. They are able to pick it up, and they kept it close, but once again, it is just all about those knocks that they're able to get, those downs they're able to get early, that start to turn the momentum and give them more map presence. So Vermilion Bird, great job there on round number 1.
You can see again, here comes the W keys. Good aggression from Black Tortoise. You've got to be, I mean, you've got to be feeling the motivation right now. They've got to start getting those wins and turn this back into their favor. Quick looting through. Are going to find, unfortunately, 2 of them falling here to Vermilion Bird.
And Clover, we've seen this before, I think on the same map, when a team is able to call out the 2-2 split, trying to be defensive, stacking that entire team against 2 members, ends up with 2 members dead on the side of Black Tortoise, and now a clean 4v2 situation. Shadow taken down, maybe a little bit of aggression being punished. DF Daniel also traded out, so now just Nosy trying to find a victory, but they're not going to be able to do it as Vermilion Bird quickly takes down that round.
Switching things back up to Observatory again. We've got the high ground, the low grounds, and some of that open cover in the middle. We'll see if, once again, Vermilion Bird quick to close the gap onto that center position and deny Black Tortoise the proper setup here.
Vermilion Bird already starting to run away with it. Black Tortoise really needs this round. If you are down 3 rounds to 0, it's got to be heavy, not just on your mental, but also just on your economy. They're going to have so little to work with. They cannot afford to have a safe round here to get a better setup. And here they're using it well. Ichigo already taking a lot of damage. They aren't able to finish the kill. He does have a good angle, and an angle onto Toddy as well. That is a good knockdown onto Toddy. And Sam actually just living off of that engagement. The time turner going down, though, and it's going to be Nosy getting taken out in return. And I think the res onto Toddy is going to come down the glue walls there to protect them from those angles on the side of Black Tortoise, and now just a 4v3 situation.
Oh, Daniel was able to get up top here. I'm not sure if Santita had the angle or just pushed back from pressure by Ichigo, but you can see right now it's going to waste no time hiding inside the building and see if they can get around this. Now all members right there of Vermilion Bird ahead, and good shooting up from Santita. We'll get a trade here. Did it find a knock? Gets the flush, but there you go. Ichigo connected perfectly with the headshots.
And maybe an overambitious flank there from Santita. While they were busy getting that crazy angle that probably could have wiped the team, the rest of their team was getting knocked down and flushed. So Vermilion Bird here, 3 rounds to 0. And honestly, I don't see a great way back in for Black Tortoise. They definitely spent a good amount of their economy on that last round to try and take that round win. And now you best believe they're going to be spending all of it to make sure that they don't get 4-0'd here in game number 4.
All right. And I mean, this is kind of it for Vermilion Bird. If they can find a good knock onto this, that could be it. You can see right now Black Tortoise already in a bit of a pickle. See Nosy, excuse me, is trapped right there at the fence line. I'm not sure if that's of his own doing on purpose or not.
I think there's a big flank here that was just about to go down, but maybe too big, as Toddy going down completely out of position and actually fully flushed. So now 4 versus 3, and Black Tortoise needs to make this round go their way. They have all of the tools to do it and the mana up. Sam almost going down. Ichigo going down instead, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from Black Tortoise. They finish off Ichigo, so no revivals to be had. Shadow and DFW Daniel need to make a 2v4 happen here to win the game.
Shadow coming down off the ground. He's kind of pressured right now by the zone as Daniel falls. Shadow. Oh, does not see Prince. That camouflage popping at the right time. But look at this Nosy getting up close and personal. Tries to connect. Gets Shadow down to half health, but hasn't found the knock just yet.
And Prince able to live there for so long and put down so much damage, so much so that it's actually a 4-0 going the way of Black Tortoise. And this is where they need to kickstart their revival, because they are down 2 rounds. And round number 5, this is going to be all the way to round 7 that Black Tortoise has to hold if they have any hope of winning game number 2.
Ichigo ready to go right now, waiting for the force field to drop. They're done purchasing. They have spent every penny they had. They just want to get this last win here and take the map in their hands.
And I really love watching these crate fights because they are so volatile. And both teams opting for a 3-1 split here. Obviously, I don't think either team knows, and they have to put down a time turner early. Prince almost going down on that early engagement. Sam also having to put down a time turner of their own. Santita going down, and now no members full health here except for Sam on the side of Black Tortoise.
Nazi is right now working on healing up. Sam still full health there at 200. You can see does have the angle onto Ichigo. Tries to land the shots, does some damage, but doesn't find the knock just yet. Right as the glue wall goes up, keeping Ichigo up, but not for too long.
And we've seen 1v3s, but I don't know about 1v4s as Vermilion Bird taking down the second Booyah of the second semifinal. And such a dominant performance. I am honestly surprised to see it. Vermilion Bird taking down so many rounds so handedly as well.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's a little heartbreaking. I think we were expecting a bit more from the Black Tortoises coming out of this one. But again, it was just the first map. We've still got plenty more to go. It is a best of 5. We'll see what they go for the next one. And, you know, for me, now kind of looking back on this, do you think that you've got a clear cut of who the MVP might be?
I think it's tough, but it was really just hard to see where the gunfight started falling apart because it happens so quickly. So I honestly don't have a best guess right now. I'd have a better idea if it was on the side of Black Tortoise, but man, all of Vermilion Bird is looking so up to the cut right now. They're playing so well, and we see another similar situation to what we saw in semifinal number 1. The top seed now with a full 2-game advantage going into the game point. So let's see who the MVP is.
And it is Ichigo, 7 kills, leading the way out on damage as well. But Shadow, Toddy, and DFW Daniel all putting in work. I mean, as you said, this was a great effort by everyone on this squad here, and I'll take a look at their overall stats in just a sec and see how that worked out for all of them in this. And there you have it. Ichigo 2698, really top heavy for the rest of her squad.
Yeah, most definitely doing so much work there. And I think it really came down to the way that they were playing some of these zones. Toddy, we saw with a lot of aggressive plays that were often punished. And here we see the scoreline of 3-3. But I think it was that aggression that served some of the other members of Vermilion Bird that were able to go in and use that aggression to position themselves and eventually win the maps. So good job on them. Ichigo completely popping off there. Santita doing their absolute best to keep the scoreline close, though. A respectable 2,084 damage. So Black Tortoise not out of it yet. And we have got another potential underdog situation, the lower seed down 2 games. Let's see what they can make happen in game number 3.
Here we go, and teams right now completing out the buy phase, waiting for the force field to go down. You can see everybody eagerly running out for the corner, and very cute pets. I love the pets. Pets are my favorite part.
The penguin vantage is real. Oftentimes here, it really is all about the cuter pets. Maybe that's what Black Tortoise is missing. Maybe they need to make some pet adjustments here to make sure they're able to take some of these rounds. But here on Observatory, played a little bit differently than what we saw before. I think we saw a lot of aggression from both teams the last time we were here. So both teams not wanting to throw this first round. And the gunfight should be breaking out soon here as there are no glue walls. And it's going to be all about the aim.
Toddy's got a good angle, but you can see the pressure coming in terms of throwables is going to push Toddy back. They need to focus a little bit on healing as they took some damage from that fight. But meanwhile, you can see the setup coming in from Black Tortoise looking a little bit stronger this time around. Good connection there onto Shadow by Santita, having to pull back and heal just a bit as that damage was traded out.
And I don't know if that aggression from Toddy was really warranted because the positions are pretty much even here. So a lot of damage and meds used on the side of Vermilion Bird. This could be a good start for Black Tortoise, but it's going to be about execution here. The circle is going to start to close, and a member of Vermilion Bird caught out in the open. I'm not sure who it was, and Ichigo actually taken out by that wide angle, and that is a really good start for Black Tortoise, but they need to clean this up. The zone now coming up from behind Vermilion Bird. The zone will be closing down on Black Tortoise as well, and no glue walls to be heard of, but plenty of time turners. Nazi going down and taking this fight is Shadow versus Santita, and look at the health of the side of Black Tortoise, so close to dead, but not quite. Sam, the first one to drop, but Shadow and Toddy getting traded out and return. And Daniel, the last
HP.
member, might be able to make it happen here. It's still close, but that is not quite what you wanted to see. Not the best spot for a 1v2 situation, and Black Tortoise on the board.
You've got to give credit for Daniel for trying there. I'm actually amazed he able to stay alive as long as he did. But I mean, as you said, Black Tortoise was really fractured. They were damaged really beyond repair with no time the way that the zone was closing. But they're able to quickly recover and recapture that now as they lead the match 1 in hand.
And a great start for them. Now they have to keep it rolling because they need to get 3 more of these victories to put themselves on the board game-wise in this best of 5. And here we go. Both teams in this map definitely a little bit more split, and this staircase has been deadly from what we've seen before. That's where the zone ends, and that's where all of the glue walls start to come out. And glue walls only for 1 member on each side. We see Ichigo there having to use this time turner early. Getting pressured a little bit there by the nades, and I think that's a good play. We've seen the grenades be absolutely detrimental on both sides, but especially for the team that holds the height.
Yeah, and I mean, the only problem now is that the Black Tortoise are out of nades. You do have 1 glue wall left in play. So when you look at the resources that Vermilion Bird have to work the center here, and as the circle really keeping that pressure in is going to pull Black Tortoise out of this, they're just going to have to start looking for those knocks and try and take this back in their favor.
And I think they might have been waiting a little bit too long here, as now they're forced into that building, which only gives them a couple of exits to work with, while the other half of their team tries to hold down their staircase. But in the same vein, Vermilion Bird now has to push up the staircase. They have a good amount of cover to work with and getting a good amount of damage onto Nazi, who has that last blue wall for Black Tortoise.
Oh, Prince really putting in that work. Ichigo down real low, and you could see just, I mean, Nazi falling here. Santita. And get another angle onto this. You've got the entirety of the Black Tortoise here on edge, just trying to keep that pressure onto Vermilion Bird, but as the zone's closing in, they're running out of options, and there comes those throwables that we were talking about, how important that's going to be. DFW, Daniel still had 1, but he is going to be knocked. It's all up to Shadow and Toddy.
And Santita trying their absolute best to clean this up, but Toddy with the health advantage, though Santita does have the height and the angles are there. Black Tortoise actually cleaning that up with Santita. What a way to end that round.
Things are really looking up. I mean, when we looked at the first matchup, Black Tortoise didn't really have a lot of room to breathe or really react in terms of the aggression that Vermilion Bird was bringing to this fight. So for them to now be leading 2 rounds over none towards Vermilion Bird, I wonder if this is when Vermilion can finally turn it back around.
And maybe the Tortoise is finally coming out of its shell to show the true power of these influencers. Santita, really important that they cleaned up there, but the power of the throwables is so crazy, and we see it almost turn fights every single round, and I think that's a big difference from what we saw before, because we've seen straight up knockdowns from those grenades, but it might just be a straight up knockdown here from a bad angle as Sam punished really heavily there, has to drop the time turner early, doesn't go down though, and that is super important to make sure that they stay in this round.
Yeah, Shadow was trying to pull off some headshots, but as you said, I mean, that field was popped at just the right moment. Now Santita getting knocked and taken out. As Ichigo was going to take that good position from this, and you can see Sam actually tried to come up to investigate, but is going to be punished as well.
And shooting at a time turner is not going to be the way to go. But a good angle here by Nazi, and actually trading it out, and now knocking down Toddy, but is traded out in return by DFW Daniel. And now 2 versus 1 situation. Prince could clutch this out. We've seen harder, but they're holding down this building so well, and with just the final glue wall left to their name, this time turner could be deadly.
Oh, the throwables are out. Daniel's got one too.
Oh, but the pressure of throwing out the nade was enough for Prince to get in.
Oh,
he has no
wall.
health left to speak of and is actually going to be finished off. But wow, was that closer than it should have been.
I mean, you saw he turned the attention to try to get the flush onto Daniel, and that just gave Ichigo seconds to really tear into him. An attempt was made with that glue wall, but it wasn't enough to quite hold it. Now Vermilion board with 1 round up on here, and we move forward to Factory, which, I mean, we've talked about the catwalk is going to be so important on this.
And what an unbelievable heads-up play to recognize that when they were holding the glue wall, they would expect that their enemy inside of a time turner to throw the nade and to be able to push them right when the nade was coming out. That is just so insane. I am so impressed by these players.
Actually, it looks like it is going to be Vermilion Bird first to push inside, and that is going to allot them the opportunity to potentially play from the catwalk here. Shadow, though, being a little bit careful not to expose themselves too quickly. We're taking up that high ground, waiting to see if they can get extra information for the Black Tortoise before they push in. But Black Tortoise still haven't walked inside yet.
And Nazi maybe getting punished here for going way too wide. Does already have to use that glue wall. And DFW Daniel holding down this glue wall as well, putting down so much pressure. And now the team is so split. And I don't know if they're going to be able to recover Nazi. So they might just have to make this push with this strange outside split while Vermilion Bird holds down this building and the catwalk that we spoke of. Like right at the beginning, we've seen it before. It is so deadly if you have control of that
this
catwalk.
Angle, though. Santita could really get a couple jump shots from that angle, and we see actually is just going to close the gap right now. Black Tortoise still not wanting to push inside. I mean, they're really preparing for the ambush that Vermilion Bird have set up here, but shooting is out. Toddy takes some damage there for Prince. Damage is going to trade. Knock hasn't been found yet. Of course, as I say that, 2 members of the Black Tortoise fall here, just as the pressure coming in from the blue. Prince trying to work this in his favor, but is struggling.
And that was such a quick round from Vermilion Bird, and a little bit of a taunt there because they really just took over that round. I think once they got Nazi caught out way outside of zone with no way to get in other than that outside door that was being watched by Daniel, it was all over from there. The control of the catwalk there for Vermilion Bird, and honestly control of the round from there on out.
Take a quick look as well at what type of weapons we have into play. A good, strong SMG presence, a couple of shotguns as well. We're looking, again, for those close quarters fighting here with the containers.
And we see a little bit of the stagnation here that we often see from playing these crates because the zone really dictates when a lot of these gunfights start. A little bit different from what we saw earlier in the week. And here we see Ichigo with a great angle there, immediately punishing Sam, who walks up possibly a little bit too early. The glue wall going down, and they do finish off Sam in the process. So now a 4 versus 3. Black Tortoise is going to have to make some big money moves here to recover from this fight. The glue wall going down, but so much pressure being put down onto the side of Vermilion Bird.
Too. I mean, 2 falling here for Vermilion. DFW Daniel right now is just not letting them have any time to recover, but you can see he just turned the corner, wasn't expecting Prince to be there, and he is going to fall. It's Prince, Nazi, Santita all try to take out the final member. They've spotted him, and that is it. Good headshots. And a victory now in their favor. Black Tortoise keep this up 3-2.
For the first time, they actually pick up the lead here, and that is going to be really, really big for them because that was an aggressive play from Sam that we were, I mean, I honestly thought was going to get immediately punished, but it doesn't actually come through and actually ends up rewarding the team with a round victory. And I think this is the clutch factor that the Black Tortoise has to channel to clean this up in round number 6.
Here we go, of course, shaking things up as we've seen this open terrain. Could be something that Vermilion Bird might be able to turn back around in their favor. They can get some pincher moves here onto the Black Tortoise right now. Nazi trying to play a little bit of high ground, watching the corners, seeing if they spotted out any members of Vermilion Bird, but thus far nobody's peeked out just yet.
And opting to play this a little bit slower. Sam not as aggressive on the flank. Instead, we might have another member here, Santita, that's taking a wider angle. And this 1-2-1 split is what they're opting for as they engage onto the center that Vermilion Bird has full control of now.
And just, I mean, the patience here. You can see Santita set up on the rooftops. They're just waiting for Vermilion Bird to show themselves. This could be the match point that they've been waiting for, and they're not wasting any opportunities or taking any high-risk plays here. Especially as the zone closes in, that's only going to further close the gap between them and Vermilion Bird.
And standing on a knife's edge is the result of this round, but Santita actually taking damage to the zone, and that is not how you want to start off your push. Santita now out of the fight, at least for a little bit, but there's plenty of glue walls, and they should start to use their meds here as soon as possible because the throwables are starting to come out, and this can turn the tide of the fight so quickly. Here we see now all members pushing in, and this is going to be an absolute brawl. The glue walls trying to create some cover, but it's not enough. Sam already knocked down, and once again, like we saw at the crates, is Sam going down first, but Santita traded as well for Toddy, and now the advantage going fully over to Vermilion Bird. They are able to pick up Sam, and now it's a 3 versus 3. But no!
Oh! I was a good attempt at recovery here, but look, the zone's closing in, and with the high ground in their advantage, Vermilion Bird tie it up now as they take victory here in match number 6. And match point, whichever team takes this one will win the map. Will Black Tortoise finally get themselves on the board and be able to play catch-up for Vermilion Bird, or will we see Vermilion Bird take this one in hand as well?
And look at the scoreline. Ichigo with 8 kills thus far going into round number 7. This has been such a close game, and once again, the throwables making a massive difference there. They are able to pick up Nazi, but it's not enough when a grenade is coming your way. It lands right at their feet, and just like that, Vermilion Bird now tie it up and actually put out tons of early damage onto Sam, and this has been the theme of this game. Sam maybe getting a little bit too aggressive and already taking tons of damage. Doesn't go down, but this is a lot of presence that Vermilion Bird now has over this Black Tortoise team.
Oh, Sam. Sam really turned around the corner at just the right moment. Finds the flush there onto Mr. Toddy, and you can see Santita trying to hold another angle here as they do have one member of Vermilion Bird trapped, but they were able to successfully get away from this. So Black Tortoise still with 4 up strong right now, putting the pressure onto Shadow. But look at this. Ichigo coming in from behind. Should be able to surprise. Does get the knock onto Prince.
And Ichigo here with a big flank. This could be really, really bad for Black Tortoise. They are able to hold it down, and Ichigo is punished for that flank, so he has to take some time back to heal. But wow, that turnaround was so quick and swift. DFW Daniel actually the next one going down, and now Black Tortoise with the advantage, and that's actually Ichigo going down as well. So now at 3 versus 1, Shadow, the last man standing for Vermilion Bird.
Oh, he gets one. Shadow gets one, immediately pops the glue wall, uses this for recover, finds the second one. Sam is down well. It's just a 1v1, but Shadow down to 54 HP. Spotted Santita as they try and pop these meds and get their health back up as quick as possible. Playing the edge of zone, needs to be careful. Oh.
This is so tense. The knife's edge could not be smaller. Santita peeking out first and actually loses it. Oh my gosh. That did not just happen. Another insane situation coming down to a 1v1. What a play. I am so blown away.
I mean, Shadow turned a 1v3 to a 1v2 to a 1v1, hoarding those resources for the perfect moment there at the end. Taking some damage there as they kind of fell back into the zone at the end. I was a little concerned if they were able to recover, but we saw just as the peek out from the glue wall, they were able to land their shots and secure that victory for themselves.
Absolutely incredible performance. I have a feeling that Ichigo might take the MVP here, but Shadow MVP in the people's hearts at the very least. The way that they're able to play that cover and totally turn the tide of that final round. Man, if you're Black Tortoise, you're really kicking yourselves there. But let's take a look at the MVP. And honestly, many members of Vermilion Bird deserving of it to clean up that game number 2. But it is Ichigo, 9 kills and 3,900 damage. That is absolutely insane.
And just the work that Ichigo has been putting in for this team thus far today. And you can see it really has done a good job to lead them together. I think that we've seen that camaraderie, the communication, and the plays really pull off here. And you can see the damage reflect that into this as well. So Ichigo really took a huge chunk out of that. Shadow, Daniel, and Toddy all putting in work as well.
Yeah, crazy scoreline there, though. 36-75. Excuse me, not 3,900 as I stated earlier, but that is just crazy. And Shadow honestly had to clutch it out there, and that's not to be understated because that was honestly just such a crazy play. But good on Vermilion Bird, and I believe that's the 3-0. If I'm not mistaken, our
Yeah.
semifinal is cleaned up here. Vermilion Bird, what a performance. Here we can take a look at the bracket super quickly, and Black Tortoise is actually not our finalist. It's Vermilion Bird. We will get that fixed, but Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird will be met up in the finals, and our third place match, White Tiger versus versus Black Tortoise, excuse me. So great job by Vermilion Bird there.
There we go. There we go. Got it all fixed. But now, as I said, real exciting right now. Our semifinals have completed. We're gonna take a kind of a good chance for these teams to cool down for a moment while we will play for third place. And then once the third place is over, we'll get to move forward into the grand finals.
But before we take our break, let's go ahead and roll into our next giveaway piece of the code segment number 2. Make sure you jot that down for your weapon loot crate. We'll be showing the rest of them throughout the rest of the show, so make sure you stay tuned and keep your eyes peeled for those giveaways. And I mean, you cannot be missing out on these weapon loot crates, man. These are so sick, and this is going to be, honestly, one of the better parts of the Rampage Showdown is the awesome, cool cosmetics and in-game items that you're going to be able to unlock. And I don't know if we mentioned it already, but in case you guys didn't know, the teams that are competing today will get giveaway access depending on their placement. Each influencer on the team will get 3 items to give away in-game as they see fit to their communities. So make sure you're cheering on for your favorite influencer because everyone's here to play, not just for the victory and not just for themselves, but also for all of you who are watching today. So thank you guys for tuning in. And I think we're going to send it over to a quick break, but stay tuned and we'll catch you with more games. Welcome back to game number 3 of the Rampage Showdown. Before we take it over to our highly anticipated finals, we're going to take a little bit of a detour and play the number 3 placement spot. And honestly, I'm excited to see both the teams in here because I was kind of gunning for both of them, but they weren't quite able to clutch it out in the semifinals. So here we see White Tiger versus Black Tortoise for 3rd place.
I mean, the White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise matchups were so close. I mean, White Tiger, it came down to the last game about whether or not they were going to qualify for the finals. And I think that that's going to prove that this 3rd place match is going to be just as exciting, if not more so, than the semifinals that we saw. So whichever team wins will secure 3rd place, and whichever one loses here will take 4th. And then, as you said, afterwards, we'll move forward to the much anticipated grand finals versus Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird.
And honestly, I feel like Black Tortoise was a little bit cooled out for that semifinal. They started to wake up there at the end, but it wasn't quite enough to clutch it out and start their sort of reverse sweep run. So here we see Black Tortoise, Santita, Nazi, Prince, and Sam, some of the players we got to see earlier this week, taking on White Tiger, Killa, Shinra, Frankie, and Zombie. And honestly, players to look out for, Clover, go. Who are you looking at from each team to clutch it out for 3rd place?
I mean, Killa was such a killer, right, for White Tiger on his team. But at the same time, I mean, back again, a Black Tortoise Santita, I think is a presence that we saw consistently for Black Tortoise up in the late game, finding kills and really able to pull off some of those clutch plays. So definitely the team captains in this case are the ones that you need to watch out for.
And I'm curious to see how these styles are going to merge because I honestly think that Black Tortoise brought a lot of aggression to try and match what Vermilion Bird was doing. We were seeing a lot of really crazy aggressive plays from Toddy. Sometimes they were punished and sometimes Toddy went down, but the presence that they were able to collect off of Toddy's flanks were so strong. And I think it was the same problem with Sam. Sam tried to make the same thing happen, but it wasn't as clean. So let's see what they're able to do against White Tiger now, who I think is able to play it a little bit slowly, a little bit more passively. And I'm just curious to see how this clash is going to go here for the 3rd place match of the Rampage Showdown.
Already as well, we're seeing the USP2, the guns akimbo there, taking out the 2 pistols. But at the same time, a couple of other also picked up. And the pistol round is always interesting for me because I think it gives us a little bit further insight into how these teams are going to play economy moving for the rest of the game. And, something that we're really looking for here is how teams are going to be using those glue walls and those throwables as we move later into the game here as we get past round number 1 and teams start to have that money to spend.
What? Did I see that correctly? Is Frankie just in the
He's
middle
just punching him, yeah.
Black
Go
Tortoise?
for it.
No,
he gets one.
Freaking way. Frankie, I was about to call them out for being completely out of position, but they're able to get a knock. Unfortunately, on the other side, Zombie is traded out, and Santita actually picked up and immediately knocked down again. So now Frankie down, and Zombie fully killed Santita, the only member down for Black Tortoise. And this is a really good start for them. Very different situation from what we've seen them in before. They're able to finish off Santita, but now Killa is down, and Frankie has to recover some health here to make this 2v2 happen.
The 2v2 is getting ready. You see Frankie actually out in the open, was caught, gets taken back down, and Nazi actually cleaning that one as Sam trying to stay close to their teammate. Nazi taking some damage, hasn't been taken down yet, but Sam closing in the gap right around the corner. A perfectly timed grenade, but is actually going to miss onto this. Sam, you need to be a bit careful, and look at that time turner popping at just the right moment as back to a 1v1.
And Shinra looks like they might be able to pull out the clutch here. It's a 1v1 versus Nazi, and Nazi with a glue wall, which I'm actually surprised to see here in round number 1. I don't think we'd seen that before, and that might actually be really big as the zone pushes in. It's going to be Shinra having to make a little bit of an aggressive play here, walks forward and takes down, not quite takes down Nazi. The zone finishes it off. What a way to go.
I mean, we saw a couple M500s out there to try to give some breathing room on the economy for other things that teams could purchase into the first round. But ultimately, as you say, White Tiger taking victory in the first round. And now some money to get out some better guns. We're seeing some umps and some Thompsons coming out, as well as USPs all around the USP2. It looks like still running akimbo there for Shinra. Meanwhile, back over there on the opposite side, still a couple of pistols in presence, though we're seeing. Looks like Nazi with an ump into play.
We do see 2 glue walls on the side of Black Tortoise, which we've seen make a really, really big difference, especially if this goes to a very, very late game fight where the zone actually plays a big part in how the teams have to move. And so here we see White Tiger taking up a lot of this center early, and that can be good, but keep in mind there are throwables on the side of Black Tortoise, or one throwable on the side of Prince, and that could be big. So we'll see whether they're able to hold down this center or if Black Tortoise is able to just find their way in with some of these creative angles they're choosing to take here.
When Shinra hanging back here, Shinra also with a nade in hand, could be a good opening knock to play from. And now with only 2 members still up of the Black Tortoise, Sam get caught off guard too, and Prince last up in play. Remember, we talked about Prince having that nade. This could be the time to use it. Shinra opting for the same thing here. Is going to throw down a wall and get that res onto Killa. See the res coming back out for Black Tortoise. So 2v4 here between both teams.
And the nade gets thrown out, but I don't think they're going to get any value out of it. There was no one on that side. And we see Frankie now with a very, very aggressive wide flank, caught a little bit out of zone, but it doesn't matter as White Tiger cleans up the duo on the side of Black Tortoise for the 2nd round win.
Killa and Shinra just been putting in some amazing work thus far, 2 rounds into this. And again, I mean, they've got the economy to work with, and still focusing on the SMGs is going to work well here in Factory. But this gives them the opportunity to buy nades, buy more glue walls, and really play that open area on the inside a bit more securely, especially with the catwalks that we've seen be a big factor here in the Factory.
Most definitely. And I think so far we do see that people love to prioritize that catwalk, but it has gotten punished. I think in game number 1 with White Tiger and the Tigers, excuse me, White Tiger and the Azure Dragons, that it was kind of a sensitive balance. You can't just hold the catwalk and win. And here we see that everyone's just choosing to fight on the ground as Prince goes down early, and there is the time turner to take down Prince as well.
Oh, and those walls really helping Sam try and stay alive on the 60. Killa is just tearing into them. Got Sam down to about 50 HP. He's going to be able to take a quick breather, heal back up, and try and help out Santita now, who's feeling the pressure from Shinra.
And what an angle there for Sam. That was really big, but it immediately gets traded out. And now Sam, the last member standing, 1 versus 3. We've seen it before. Let's see if Sam can join the 1v3 club that we've seen. And honestly, we've seen it from some of the members here, I believe, but it's not going to happen. And a clean victory there for White Tiger, bringing them to game point.
All right, now it is going to be first to 4 here. And so if White Tiger can get this one out, they will win the first map. And we've got 2 more maps after this. So you've got to wonder, I mean, if you're the White Tigers, throw all your economy into the best things you can and just play this one aggressive. At worst, you maybe give Black Tortoise 1 up, but you're still at a 3 advantage here.
And honestly, they have to clutch it out here. They have to use all of their economy to their advantage, just as you said, Clover. But even with the weapons and even with the glue walls, it comes down to execution. Here we see some of the throwables being used early on the side of White Tiger, or against White Tiger, excuse me, to not much value, but that one was a completely different story. Frankie and Zombie both going down. Prince traded out, but still a 3 versus 2, and I don't think the White Tigers are in a position to find these reses. Already so much damage going down before the res can come out. They're still going to attempt it, but they're getting absolutely flooded.
Killa had to just completely pull out of there and try to recover. Shinra not far behind that glue wall. Being used as a bit of a barrier. And oh no, did you see that nade bouncing right past Shinra's head? Shinra wasting no time to separate themselves between the Black Tortoise, but it is going to work a little bit well in their favor now as they got a knock onto Sam, but it is traded out. Shinra, Santita, now down to just Nazi. There you have it. White Tigers. Clutch it out.
What a play from Shinra. I was worried about the grenade, but looking back to it, I think they used it to cover their escape, which gave them enough time to reset and get up some good glue walls to actually clutch out the victory there. What a crazy comeback there for the White Tigers, at least on the round, but still a dominant 4-0 victory in terms of rounds. And honestly, it's hard to nail down the MVP because everyone is doing so much work.
I mean, as you said, everybody putting in so much work. We saw a big presence of mind from so many players there of that team, and we'll kind of get an idea out of this match. And, you know, it's not a great start for the teams that I think that want to try and take this up as many games as we can. But we'll go ahead and take a look now at the MVP and see who leads us in damage and kills for this match.
And on deck is Shinra with the first MVP of the third place match, and well deserved. We saw a crazy clutch out there in round number 4, but just really consistent play and damage output, as well as the use of the grenades to get their team a good position. So great job on them collecting the second, the second booyah. So I mean, great work for them.
We'll take a look now at the overall stats on the leaderboard here for that match. Again, it is a 4-0 White Tigers, completely getting the wipe there onto Black Tortoise. Shinra leading with 7 kills, but Killa Frankie getting 4 apiece as well, and putting in work for damage. And I mean, looking again on the other side, you can see that Nazi and Sam we're trying their best there, but Santita, Prince, they just kept finding themselves in precarious situations, getting pinched early, and not able to really do much.
And we do see a lot of MVPs from Killa in their semifinal match, and they're still showing up here, putting down tons of damage. But Shinra, I think the most important things about that scoreline is that 0 death mark. That is the clutch player that you want to have on your team when the rounds are close. It is Shinra who's making sure that they're staying alive and getting those trades, preventing those reses to make sure that their team wins. And they're just honestly running away with this already. That is not how you want to start if you're Black Tortoise, excuse me.
But I mean, as we've seen, when a team is down, when they become the underdog, they manage to find a motivation to push forward and take things back in their head. So we'll go ahead and push forward to the next one and see if the Black Tortoise can finally work some magic here.
That was actually the first booyah. I don't know why I thought it was the second, but hopefully that's not the worst caster's curse in the world to see White Tiger take it 2-0. Because Black Tortoise can wake up, and we saw it towards the end of their semifinals match, but it seems like they're starting to cool down again. They need to be able to clean up these rounds where they have the advantage, and they're playing well. They're playing well early on and getting some very creative and advantageous positions about finishing it off. Here was the zombie actually caught out with maybe a bit of an over-aggressive poke out. Time Turner used there, and Time Turner used right back, and it looks like we have a person that didn't connect, so unfortunately we will have to restart the lobby, I believe, but we'll enjoy the rest of this gun round as Black Tortoise cleans it up. And hopefully that we're playing it out. It looks like we got actually reconnect from zombies, so they're just going to take the L here, give Black Tortoise a round if they're able to finish it off. But Shinra once again doing so much work, actually
I mean, it's a
trades
3v2
it out.
now. Even with that handicap and maybe a little bit of confusion there, you see White Tiger is actually able to recover on those. Of course, as I say that, Shinra does get knocked back down, but Nazi, feeling the pressure on the edge of zone, actually manages to get Frankie as well. Killa was coming out for the kill right there, popping out the Time Turner and trying to take care of Prince, but it's a 2v1, and Black Tortoise will manage to walk away with that one.
Yo, that snap onto the third member of White Tiger to go down was crazy. That was such a good position for them to hold it right at the end, and it was looking a little dicey, but that is what we're talking about when we say closing out rounds. If you have the advantage, whether it be from a disconnect or from an early pick, you have to finish that round strong. So good job on them to make it happen, and now they have to see a couple more of these to get on the board, to stay competitive and make sure that they can take game number 2.
Okay, so the buy phase is over. The field is down, and teams playing factory in once again. And you can see it, White Tiger, quick to take the inside, and it actually is going to be Black Tortoise who hangs back, sends 2 inside, but immediately Santita getting knocked down, and Sam a little vulnerable on top of the catwalk.
Maybe a bit of miscommunication there. They didn't push at the same time. Frankie is taken down, but Prince and Sam both fall shortly after, and it is a one-man situation now. Nazi has to make this happen, and when you're fighting Killa and Shinra, it is probably not going to go great for you as White Tiger cleans up round number 2.
I mean, that's interesting for me because we've seen what happens when a full team pushes into factory early, and I didn't expect Black Tortoise to fall apart that quickly. I think there was some miscommunication about when to send it in. We saw 2 team members kind of run in a little haphazardly without the support from the rest of the squad, and ultimately kind of led to their demise. So as we switch things up a bit, back into the urban sprawl, we've got that open area, we've got roof lines to play from, and that's going to make things really interesting here.
Yeah, this will be really, really, I think tense. It's going to be really tense in the center because White Tiger is going to try and take it early, but Black Tortoise is unafraid to challenge this early, and already a gunfight breaking out with not tons of support from either side, and it's Killa who actually loses it, and here he is, dropped the beat as he tries to recover health and start to get a little bit more position at the same time. So now Frankie maybe trying to find this fight, but on the other side of the map, it's both Nazi and Prince that get knocked, and Sam also knocked by Frankie. And just like that, Santita, the last member of Black Tortoise alive, and that was short-lived because White Tiger cleans it up 2-1.
And we saw Shinra taking a little bit of damage and try to pull back into the house to recover a little bit, but the teammates were all there to lend a hand. And so a good squad wipe coming out there from White Tiger, but you can see, I mean, it's still close. It's neck and neck right now for this map.
And this is what we hope to see. We hope to see a bit of a closer matchup. Black Tortoise looking a little bit more alive. It fell apart very quickly there, but I think they had the they had the right idea, but not quite the right execution. And those are the early knocks. Again, if you get an advantage like that, you have to figure out how to play that intelligently. But here we see a bit of an early aggression here. And we see this glue wall a lot on this right side, trying to push up. Already an early gunfight going the way of Black Tortoise. Black Tortoise, clean this up. You have the advantage.
Oh, Shinra saw Santita and tried to make this push. It was a high risk, but rewarded there with a kill. But you can see Shinra took a lot of damage. It's going to have to pull back again to try and stay up and recover. Though Zombie is going to be flushed out. Meanwhile, up on the high ground, Frankie cleaning up what they can of the Black Tortoise, and Prince having to rethink a strategy here about how they're going to take the push towards the 3 members of White Tiger.
Look at how quickly that gunfight turned from bad to good for the side of Black Tortoise. Now 2 versus 3 on the low ground. They are able to get Frankie with not too much damage to be heard of on this for Sam. They do knock down Sam eventually, and now a 2v3. But again, Killa and Shinra
1v1.
make that just Shinra. 1v1 Prince versus Shinra.
Prince is ready.
Is Prince able to make it happen?
Oh, that time turner posted at just the right moment. You can see the shots coming out. Shinra throwing down a glue wall at the perfect moment. The shotgun is here, back into the time turner again. But oh no, they're back turned to Prince. They took so much damage from this. Prince just needs to land one more close range shot, but it's going to be Shinra in the end, and victory going there to White Tiger, but just barely clutching that out.
Shinra's glue wall play has been absolutely unreal in game number 2. Shinra already with 9 kills, and we're just now rolling into round number 5. Already White Tiger once again on the precipice of not just match point, but also, or sorry, not just game point, but also match point. If they win this, I believe they take the rest of it, as we do have just a best of 5 here. Or sorry, best of 3. I don't know if we switched to best of 3.
It's the best of 3. I mean, I basically say with Shinra, I mean, if there was ever to be a glue wall MVP, Shinra is definitely at the top of the list in terms of players that we've seen today. But if White Tiger can clutch this one out, no doubt Shinra will be the match MVP again from this. And you can see right now, patience is a virtue. Frankie pulling the corner, waiting for that peek coming out from Nazi. And meanwhile, Santita has the high ground, does get the knock onto Killa.
But they already got Zombie up. They are able to get that member back up. I don't know why they're opting not to peek here. Maybe they know that they have a glue wall ready, or maybe that time turner, but they don't engage right then and there. And they might just pick up Killa here. They do get fully thirsted, and now the flank comes through for Prince. Is able to knock down Zombie, and now another 2v2 situation.
You saw the flush come out, and right now Shinra tried to get another angle on this, but Prince still ever ready for it. Able to turn the tide back in their favor. Frankie, only one still up, but Santita knows exactly where they are. Nades are out, and look, all the throwables that they had been hoarding up into this moment coming into play now, and Santita spotting Frankie along the edge. All the glue walls in the world trying to keep Frankie alive. They are going to be able to get to cover, but the zone is closing in, and the Black Tortoise knows exactly where Frankie is.
And with throwables left on the side of Black Tortoise, they should be the end for Frankie, but making their best effort to live here. And now both angles being held down, and Prince finishing it off. And Black Tortoise now 2 versus 3. They are still in this game. They need to win 2 rounds in a row to take this game and take us to a game number 3.
It's a much needed economy boost for them as well. And we can see right now a little switch up of the weapons. Actually seeing quite a bit of shotguns in SMGs still into play here. So I think we're going to be looking for those kind of around the corner, crate, close range, one-tap shots here. And we should see, particularly from both teams, Shinra also opting for a shotgun on this.
And Princes look dangerous with the shotgun when they have it. Back onto the crates here. Shipyard, always a treat to watch. And it looks like White Tiger, again, taking a little bit more presence in the middle here. But the throwables here can be so scary. And because we are round 6, there's a little bit more economy. So I think we're going to see a lot more throwables. We see on the side of Black Tortoise, actually at least 4 grenades to their name. And here they come, starting to pressure Shinra on that backside.
I mean, interesting thing for me is that it actually looks like White Tigers really didn't buy that many glue walls. Only Frankie has any in the bag right now, but it's the push coming in from Santita, coming a little bit punished right now by members of White Tiger. It's going to come out in terms of Killa, but that wall placed by Prince at the perfect moment to stopping that damage.
This still isn't lost for White Tiger, but they are able to finish off that kill, or that knock on the Killa, excuse me. And there is the time turner utilized and actually takes down Sam, but Frankie is traded out in the process. And now there's actually a back angle that Nazi's holding down. Very, very good spot for them to be in as Shinra, the last member standing, and Black Tortoise ties it up. We're going to round 7.
I mean, he said it, Black Tortoise needed to win 2 in a row, and with 1 in the bag, could this be their comeback story? Get a map back on the board, or we finally see the finishing clutch out going forward for White Tiger.
And the power of the grenades, Killa was out for pretty much that entire round, which allowed for the Black Tortoise to set up and make a very, very intelligent push. And that's what they need to keep doing. This is what we started to see at the end of their semifinal run. And this is what we need to see for them to be able to take this to a game number 3. And here we go. We see the play around the walls of this building. Neither team really opting for the middle, as we've seen in the past. But a bit of a split here. It's a little interesting and not a great spot for throwables.
Well, we see how important the doorways are when we play Mars Electric. And it just, I mean, again, teams really holding on to the corners right now, trying to play the edge and watching every entry point. That's the hard thing for the people that did opt to go inside early on, is that it's going to be really hard to watch your back on this with so many players still on the outside here. And you can see right now, White Tiger is going to try and wait until they have the most information before making their move. And Nazi trying to bait just a little bit, but Zombie not falling for that. Not showing their hand just yet.
And I love this part of the map, Clover, because the fights break out wide open so quickly, and you're totally right. It's all about the doorways and the way that they play this cover. Shinra here already with a bit of a cheeky spot holding down these boxes. Shinra with a shotgun up close. That is the combination you don't want to hear. And here we see the zone pulling all of the players in. Nazi here going for a pretty wide flank and actually finds Zombie, and that's a great start. And he's actually going to find a second kill already down as well. Can he find a third? Not quite.
Oh, he's still got throwables, and as you can see, closing the gap from Frankie, but he just wasn't quite ready for the aggression that came out, but he's going to pick it up. Shinra, the only one still standing, and this is just so chaos, but there you go. Santita in the end. And, I mean, we weren't really expecting it, I think, at the beginning of the underdog finally coming through for this.
What a flank play from Nazi. I think they were able to pick up almost a third member there, and that completely falls apart. And this is what we're talking about, that creative play. If you're going to be aggressive, you have to clean up those rounds. And wow, did Nazi just fully clean up that team. White Tiger played that very, very well, but it started to kind of slow down for them. And I think this is what we were looking for. Black Tortoise is starting to find their rhythm. They're starting to play this game and make the game theirs. So hopefully we'll turn over to the MVP here. I mean, again, we see these final play MVPs on the side of Nazi, but it is Prince who we did see just hold down so many good fights. 3,400 damage on the side of Prince.
I mean, Prince, Santita really present in so much of it. As you said, Nazi really gets creative, finds just nasty ways to get involved and throw their opponent off their game. And so it's exciting now to see what the damage and kills are going to be overall between the 8 players. Like you said, I mean, Prince is putting in work, and you love to see it rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that man be so dangerous with a shotgun. A lot of those close engagements were just you know, the edge of the knife and Prince finding some of those really important kills to turn the tides, as well as some of those important nades. We saw that the throwables there were so pivotal, and the priority of those nades has gone up, I think, when teams started to realize, hey, we can't just like hold down a spot super defensively and hang out because the nades are coming. Prince, 3,400 damage, but we have to give credit where credit is due. Shinra, 10 kills. 3,800 damage, trying their absolute best to hold it down for White Tigers. It isn't quite enough. Of course, this is a team game, and Prince, Santita, Nazi, and Sam finding the right knocks where they needed to win the game.
And as well, I mean, you bring up a great point about nades, and you know, we talked at the beginning, kind of seeing a difference in the economy with some of the other matchups. We were seeing just full USP2 purchases, everybody with some form of USP2. In this case, a lot of people really opting to kind of sit on the M500, use the money on glue walls and nades early, and it made a huge difference. And with that, we're going to go into the next game and see if they can continue that on. I mean, right now it is tied up, White Tiger and Black Tortoise, one apiece. Whoever wins this next series will be our third place champion here at the Rampage Showdown.
And I'm excited to see a different Black Tortoise from what we saw in semifinals. And I think White Tiger now needs to rethink not just their strategy, but how confident they are that they can just win these gunfights. Prince so deadly in open spaces where there's no blue walls and it's just about the gunfight. And I mean, honestly, this pistol here is doing so much work. And from a distance, when teams are being too aggressive, they get punished heavily.
And the punishment coming out right now, Santita, though, turning their back to Frankie, but unfortunately, Frankie right now with just the fist and trying to get close, actually is going to land that shot, gets the knockdown, but look at this, Killa falls here as well, and only Zombie up, a 1v4. This is going to be hard for Zombie to pull off.
And they do have the time turner to try and make it happen, but too much pressure, too much gunfight on the side of Black Tortoise, and they are up in the series for the first time since their last game win. So a good job for them, and now they have to keep it up. You have the economy, make good use of it, and keep the momentum going.
I see right now, Sam already ready to get going. Frankie as well, waiting for that field to fall. And again, I mean, urban sprawls, open area. We've seen some wild plays when we come to this part of Bermuda, and it looks like this time it is actually going to be the Black Tortoises that are opting to play the outside edge here on the fence. Sam might actually get an interesting angle here onto Frankie, who doesn't seem to be looking that way at all.
And it's all about how these aggressive angles are punished. If you're able to punish it, great. If not, that could spell disaster and a big flank. And here we see Killa. I think they're being a little bit more patient here. But Black Tortoise, look at how aggressive this arrangement is. They have two members on either wing pinching the members of White Tiger together. And I don't think White Tiger has the slightest clue this is happening.
You see, I mean, Santita just kind of creep walking right there on the roof, trying to just get that information to call out to the rest of their squad. But Frankie spotting Nazi does pick up the knock, but Thompson doing it all the work, and Killa coming out to join a hand here. And you can see now with 4 up, or as I say, that Shinra actually falls, so it is a 2v3.
And they can probably get Sam up here, but Sam very, very deep in the territory of White Tigers. And that was so unfortunate. Nazi had a really good opportunity there, but once again, that execution was not there and the flank is punished. So now a 3 versus 2, and White Tigers is holding down the middle of the zone with arguably the better cover, and they still have glue walls to work with.
To work with, and Prince very low, but he does still have a throwable. It looks like he's going to use it, pressuring Frankie, but Frankie coming in behind him will find the knock, and it's just up to Santita. You can see who's now stuck outside the zone with all 3 members, of White Tiger still up on him, and that was really unfortunate situation for Black Tortoise. White Tiger had that one in the bag, and now moving forward back to Mars Electric again here for round 3. So a 1-1 right now for both the teams.
And it's such a tight fight. Nazi there had the opportunity to make the same thing happen that he did at the end of game number 2, where he got a big flank and did a lot of punishing for White Tiger being too defensive. But unfortunately, even though they had the jump on them and they saw them, they didn't react quickly enough to get the down. And so now we're in a 1-1 situation. And we've seen these building fights. This is where it happened. And there we see Nazi taking the wide angle. I don't think White Tiger's going to let this happen again.
No, I mean, we've seen how this has really hurt them in the past. And right now, Frankie, I think, did sense it. Could see the shooting coming out from Sam, see the time turner bubble pop as well. And as it's going to lay low, wait for them to blast out their resources and then make the move.
And Killer completely caught out of position there and is actually being heavily pressured. I think they're able to get them back in. And now it's Black Tortoise that looks really split. Frankie taking a lot of damage but doesn't quite go down. And now the support
angle
is there. Sam getting completely pinched by that angle. And what a punish from White Tigers.
I mean, just so impressive using the crates there to jump and just kind of take the shooting down onto them. But Santita not going to let this go unpunished. The chase coming out from Shinra. Nazi does have that angle. And right as the peak happens, Shinra getting knocked down. So it's a 3v3. You can see Nazi still badly damaged. And right now, the zone might be the biggest threat for everybody on the outside edge here.
And no meds for Nazi, but it doesn't matter. The kill goes down onto Killa, and Frankie now trying to get a cheeky angle here, but not quite finding it. Has to commit that glue wall. Has 2 left, but the grenades are coming down, and they have to back up. Killa finished off, and now 3 versus 2, though not much left on Nazi on the way of health.
Oh, good shooting, and there you go. Victory to the Black Tortoise as they finally find themselves with the lead.
And great job there. There was a moment there where Killa was a little bit too aggressive. We were looking at Nazi because we saw the way Nazi won game number 2 for their team, but we didn't notice how far out of position Killa was, and so they were able to kind of wall Killa out and get a couple knocks early before the White Tigers were able to sort of recondense and take a better fight. So good job on Black Tortoise for recognizing that.
And as we get later into this as well, we're seeing a lot more economy being spent on some upgrades to weapons, a couple of FAMAS and other ARs out into play, but we're still seeing, again, SMGs, which with these close quarter combats can prove really, really nasty. As there you go, Frankie with the Thompson, keeping that pressure onto Nazi. Oh, I'm not sure if he hit that.
But Killa definitely got hit there and actually got finished off. And so now, once again, Black Tortoise with an advantage. Frankie taken down quickly after, and now a 4 versus 2 as there were no reses to be seen. Zombie gets knocked down, and White Tiger in shambles here. Shinra, the last member standing. And if there's anyone that could make a 1v4 happen, it's Shinra, but man, is it unlikely.
I mean, Shinra really with only 1 kill to show for it. And as I say, that does get a knock on to Sam. Tries to clean it up and use that back in their advantage into glue wall, just barely giving them some coverage as they pull back and try to find another angle on this one. Headshot there by Nazi. Cleans that one up. Black Tortoise now 3-1 leading this map.
Not giving Shinra a chance to become the hunter instead of the hunted there, finishing it off cleanly, and 1 round to 3. A little bit of a chance here still for White Tigers, but Black Tortoise is ahead, and while they're ahead, they have to clean this up. And honestly, White Tigers starting to wake up a little bit, but these fights are so close. I'm so excited for this round.
Yeah, I mean, if Black Tortoise win this, then that's it, right? They will have taken this map. They'll have two White Tigers, 1, and it's gonna be the motivation that they really need to kind of move forward. I mean, I always say that it's actually, I believe, the best of 3 games. So this could be the end here. As you see 2 members quickly falling out right near for White Tigers. Shinra immediately flushed. They waste no time out of this, but Prince traded out.
And if you were going to take a member down, it would be Shinra, but Nazi also down and Prince. So 2 of easily the strongest members on each side already down. Tons of damage onto Zombie, but the knock doesn't come through, and the glue walls are up. So still a 3 versus 3 situation. I don't know if they're going to be able to get up Frankie. There is a person near them, but so much pressure coming out on the side of Black Tortoise. Another down here onto Zombie, and 1 member left alive for White Tigers.
You see the real big focus there, Killa, making sure to get the res on Frankie and try to keep their numbers back in their favor. They need to throw everything they can at this fight to keep it going and keep themselves in the play, for 3rd place. But as you can see right now, Santita watching all the angles right here, waiting for a member to show themselves of the White Tigers, and Couple of throwables is just going to be everything that they needed to push it out, but Frankie is going to fall here. Santita traded it back out. 2 members fall. It's a 1v1. Sam was not in position to help, and this res, it's going to happen. Frankie's standing back up.
And if anyone was going to make that crazy play happen, it was Killa. And it's actually Frankie that gets picked up, and now a 2 versus 3. Frankie will not be able to heal unless Killa is able to hand the meds. And here we see the glue wall fight, and this should be the last one here. And it's going to be Killa finishing it off and actually bringing White Tigers up to 2 rounds. What a play.
I mean, things were looking so detrimental there for White Tigers at one point. You thought for sure there's no way they were going to recover. They only had 1 member standing, was able to get that res and turn it back against. So, I mean, again, if the Tortoises get 1 more match, a round win, they're going to win the match, and that's going to be it. So if you're, if you're the White Tigers, you've got to throw everything.
Yeah, you have to put in your all, and we're seeing Killa start to wake up. The Killa who got 2 MVPs in round number 1 of semifinals. Killa who was able to clutch it out and keep their team in here. And now they have to do the best they can. They have to do absolutely all that they're able to do as players to make this happen, and already a great start. Sam and Santita both going down, and I don't know if reses are going to be possible here because they're absolutely mowed down by the White Tigers. 3 members already down. Prince the last one standing.
There's so many glue walls. This is exactly what White Tiger needed, and they know where Prince is, and you see Shinra waste no time or effort there, picking up that final kill at the end. It's tied up now 3-3, going to match point. Whichever team wins this will win this map.
And we're going to Sentosa for the end of our 3rd place match. And what a
Island
storyline.
adventure.
And this map is also really interesting because, again, we have buildings, but we also have a fair amount of open space. And I'm wondering if they're going to play it slow, or if players like Nazi and Killa are going to take their aggressive flank strategies and try to just clean it up and make a big play for their team.
Yeah, we really haven't seen any players try to play an off angle with a medium to long range. Everything has been focused on close range, on corners. But look at that knock on Zombie. Flesh almost came out, but Frankie running back up. Glue wall is there, and here comes the rest. But look how close they are to all the members there of Black Tortoise. That's dangerous.
And this is not looking great here for Black Tortoise. Zombie already knocked down once again. Killa quickly after. This is falling apart for White Tigers. The flush there onto Zombie, and 4 members of Black Tortoise still up. Frankie, the last one standing, and it's not going to be enough. Black Tortoise is your 3rd place winner. What a match.
I mean, what a well-deserved booyah there at the end, as we saw. I mean, we knew these games were going to be close, and that's how it's really seemed like it's been all day. One team really runs away with it, and then the motivation kicks in. The teams figure themselves out. They kind of maybe even let the reins go in the beginning so that they've got the economy to spend later on, and we can see now, hey, it's working, and it worked well enough to get Black Tortoise that 3rd place.
Well-deserved booyah indeed. Black Tortoise really showing up and really activating for those last couple of games. I wish this was the Black Tortoise we would have seen in semifinals, but still, great victory for them, and we'll be popping into the MVP spot right now because, I mean, so many good players. I don't want to take any guesses, but there was a couple of big plays made by Santita, and there it is. Santita 6 kills, a bunch of damage. Prince also doing a lot of work. Honestly, this whole team doing a lot of work. I imagine this won't be super top heavy. There were a lot of very sensitive spots where the Black Tortoise just had to clean up their game. And look at that. 2,000 plus damage for 3 members of Black Tortoise.
I mean, it's close in damage on both sides. Even when you look over at the White Tigers, although Zombie had no kills, they were able to put in 1,500 damage. And so really lending in those assists to the rest of the teammates. But like I said, Santita, 2,400. Nazi with 2,700, almost 28. And it's just such a great amount of effort that was put in there for the end of the Black Tortoise.
So let's take a look at the bracket now, because we are looking at our grand final for today. Azure Dragon versus Vermilion Bird. 2 teams that were really just playing out of their minds going into the finals. And I'm honestly so stoked that we've gotten here. great teams, great influencers, and a great community here to support it all. So thank you everyone who is watching and has tuned in for today. And of course, as a reward, we promised it, and so we're going to give it away now. Our giveaway continues with the final segment of our code. So make sure you jot that down, add it to the other 2 segments, and claim your weapon loot crate. Log on to Free Fire now to get your weapon loot crate, as well as all of the awesome rewards that we have today, it being the peak day of Rampage New Dawn.
Like I said, I'm excited to, when we get done casting this today, go log into Free Fire and play some of this. I mean, maybe we can see if some of these guys want to come help us and carry us, teach us their ways. They have been so exciting to watch today. But I mean, with that, like you said, getting ready to go now into the grand finals.
And so before we do that, we definitely want to mention probably one of the most exciting collaborations I've ever seen, Free Fire and Street Fighter V, happening soon. Make sure you stay tuned onto the Free Fire socials, as we'll have more information and details in the future. But for now, check out this awesome trailer, and right after, we'll catch you for game number 4, the grand finals.
Cause I don't want nobody change me now. Cause I like to be myself. If you're not agree, you can walk away. You can walk away. You can walk away. Something in my mind leads me within, ain't nobody perfect. Something in my mind leads me within, ain't nobody perfect.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final of the Rampage Showdown brought to you by Free Fire. I am so stoked for this game. It's been building up since the beginning. So many awesome teams, so many awesome influencers. Clover, who you got for the final?
I don't know. It's tough, right? Because there is such a close games that we've seen time and time again. Vermilion Bird really worked wonders onto Black Tortoise, who we actually just saw take down third place. So my eye is a little bit on Vermilion Bird. See if maybe they could catch Azure Dragon off their guard. But we saw that fragging capacity that Azure Dragons have to bring as well. So it's going to be, I think, anybody's game here.
Yeah, and a reminder here for everyone tuned in that this will be a first to 7 best of 3 maps. So here we see the two teams actually up on top are the ones that we'll be seeing in the final. Vermilion Bird with Ichigo, Shadow, Daniel, and Toddy facing up against Azure Dragon, Soy Amigo, Ravkush, Ryan, and Luis. And honestly, we've seen crazy pop-offs from both of these teams. So I cannot wait to get into this finals game. But before we do that, we definitely want to do our final giveaway announcement here. If for those of you who have been tuning in, we do have a very big giveaway. So here is the final code. We've been releasing them in little pieces, but here is the whole code to get your weapon loot crate when you log on to Free Fire.
I mean, like I said, I'm hoping that we can get this code in quickly as possible once we're done casting, because there's just so many good items to go around. We saw what is to come as well as I think there's been some fun talk about the McLaren event going on as well.
Yeah, that McLaren collaboration is awesome. And just a quick clarification, grand finals will be best of 5 games, first to 4. So this is going to be really close. I can already see these players are excited to get at it. And both of these teams have shown some really great dominant rounds. So let's see what these influencers can do to take down the Rampage Showdown.
And they waste absolutely no time to get into the fight, which is a bit of a change of pace. You know, we've seen some teams that like to play a little cautiously on the edge. They try to take their time. No, both teams really just setting up for that center fight right now. But you can see Azure Dragon's doing a better job of keeping clustered together. As you can see on the flip side of that, Vermilion Bird kind of breaking apart on the edge.
And I think based on how they spawned, it is a bit unfortunate here that Azure Dragons gets a bit of an advantage on the height, but it doesn't matter as Toddy going down early within this time turner. Ravkush is traded out, but Ichigo comes down shortly after another time turner stacked on top to actually make the res happen, and Ravkush is picked up while Ichigo goes down. Soy Amigo drops down as well. Shadow also falls. What a disaster. Vermilion Bird has 1 member left standing. DFW Daniel.
Oh, a little celebration there for Daniel. We saw him emoting, but gets caught out in the end by Ryan. I mean, that knock to Soy Amigo up on the high ground was huge, but at that point, he didn't really have any other resources to play with. So a good round 1 victory there for the Azure Dragons.
Yeah, what a way to start it off. And I mean, honestly, I kind of agree with Azure Dragons in the way that they walked up. They needed to make something happen so that they didn't get caught on the low ground and just punished by any throwables that Vermilion Bird might have had, or just a high ground advantage. We've seen that be a great asset, and they make it happen here. 1 round to 0 to kick it off.
And I can see this time, especially when we get these urban sprawls, taking it a little bit slow and just using the windows for their advantage. Try to scout out that information and give them an idea of how they want to cross the street, how they want to close the gaps, and find that opening damage here. And now blue wall thrown down by Soy Amigo. Give him an opportunity to quick recovery and pull back. But already the push is coming in from Vermilion Bird. They waste no time into this fight.
And Ryan getting swarmed there, but doesn't make it out. And it's actually Shadow who falls first. Soy Amigo does end up falling as a result. But 3 members of Vermilion Bird are down just like that. DFW Daniel, once again, the last member standing. And this is a disaster. Vermilion Bird not able to defend it at all, but actually gets 2 big knocks there. I'm not sure if that was a grenade, but now it's a 1v1 situation. And we've got Luis versus Daniel for round number 2.
I mean, Daniel's just styling on this, but Luis was waiting in kind and is going to pull up a victory now as Azure Dragons leading 2-0.
Wow. What a cleanup. That was almost a great turn there for Vermilion Bird, but not quite it. And here we go into round number 3 as Azure Dragon holds a 2-0 lead going into round number 3. This is the exact gameplay we wanted to see. They're keeping it close, and these gunfights are honestly just insane. The way that these players are able to move blows me away.
And there you go. The field is moving. And once again, I mean, Factory, the big thing we've seen, who's the first one to take the inside, take the catwalks, and kind of keep the other team out. And it looks like to start, it's actually going to be Vermilion Bird inside. Luis tried to get in behind, but being punished just a little bit. The glue wall is actually making this a little bit more difficult for him, but it's still going to get the knock onto Ichigo. That's huge.
And big shots coming out of Luis, actually able to fully flush Ichigo and take him down. But Amigo traded out. The FW Daniel and Shadow falling quickly after, and now a 2 versus 1 situation unless Rezes can come out. Soy Amigo is finished off, and now the catwalk is controlled by Toddy, who's fighting for it against Ravkush, but we know how dangerous Ravkush can be in these scenarios, and I don't know if there's going to be any Rezes. Time Turner coming out, and that's going to be Azure Dragons picking up a 3-0 lead.
Not the way Vermilion Bird wants to start, but as we've seen all throughout the day, the story of underdogs, when the pressure is on, they find a way to recover. So even if they fall here, there's still a couple maps to go moving forward. That said, I mean, look at how much money Azure Dragons have to spend going into this fight.
Yeah, I think even with a full buy there, they still have 1,700 to work with, 1,700 credits in their back pocket in case they don't clutch this one out, and that is not a small amount of credit to be rolling in with. So Azure Dragons here trying to take a bit of control over the center, and a lot of separation here. A big nade to start it off, and Soy Amigo already down. They're going to try and stick this res with the blue walls
sandwich
as protection.
Ichigo is just trying to do anything he can here as Luis and Soy Amigo completely trapped in the circle of glue walls, but able to break free. Luis tried to take Ichigo down, failed here, and a full squad wipe while 4 still up remaining there for Vermilion Bird to keep themselves in the game.
And on a map where we usually wait for the round to come, for the zone to come in, it was actually just a grenade knock that completely broke that fight wide open for the side of Vermilion Bird to win it and actually put the first round on the board. So good on them, but they have a long way to go if they expect to come back from this 3-1 deficit.
I mean, an exciting thing to do, especially when we have these maps that are really container heavy. That we see the throwables, and we see the glue walls especially be a huge factor in that in-game fight. So now that we move back over to Mars, again, doorways are a big thing here. And you can see all teams sitting on the walls and expect them to come big into play. But already, Luis catching off Ichigo, stopping the flank from happening. And again, I mean, that's the big power player for Vermilion Bird. First down again. I mean, he hasn't really been able to do anything yet.
And where we were seeing Toddy make those aggressive flanks before, now it's Ichigo who gets caught out doing very much the same thing, or at least attempting to, but completely called out by Luis and Soy Amigo. So now a 4 versus 3 advantage going into this gunfight. That's a lot of damage coming down. Soy Amigo goes down. Toddy quickly traded back, and now a 2 versus 3. Lots of glue walls.
Oh, Shadow.
A lot of members left, and that's going to be Ravkush going down, and that's big.
Oh, Shadow, Daniel really just tearing in, but once again, Luis, last still up. We've seen him work wonders, glue wall down, but that was his last one to use, and as the zone closing in, he's got no choice but to pull back to the side of the building. See if he can catch another angle here onto the Vermilion Birds.
Shadow falls to the zone, and I don't think they're going to be able to pick that one up as it's Luis versus DFW, Daniel, and Toddy. See what they're able to do. It might actually be Daniel going down early, but that angle was not enough.
No.
Luis now has to grab cover, and there's 2 people looking down on Luis. I don't know if he can make this happen, but it is close. The time turner goes down. Daniel, not with a lot of health to work with, and is actually caught out. And now
trade.
a 1v1. Oh.
Toddy. I mean, Toddy just kept his head down, waited for the final moment. You can see a little bit of a victory cheer there in the end. So match points. To see potentially, can this be a 4-round win for the Dragons?
Yeah, and Vermilion Bird slowly bringing it back here from a big deficit, and now they're starting to sort of activate some of these tools and activate some of those good gunplay fights that I don't think they were finding as much in the early rounds. So here on Clock Tower, again, all of the players already so ready to contest the middle of this map, and we see Daniel on the wide flank this time.
The throwables are out. Walls are dropped. Vermilion Bird giving it all. They need to catch up onto this if they hope to take this to a round 6, but losing Toddy early on, not ideal here. As you see, Ichigo actually finds a trade, gets Luis, the top fragger for the Dragons.
But unfortunately for them, Daniel was still on the wide flank while the entire team was fighting inside the building with all members of Azure Dragon, and that numbers game was not in their favor. He is able to pick one up here, but it's not enough, and Azure Dragons take game number 1. Well-deserved, fantastic play from them, and they kept it close, but Azure Dragons finding so many good gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting as we saw. I mean, kind of the shakeup and where they were spending their money, and whether it was a focus on nades for one round or trying to upgrade the guns for a different situation. They really made sure to evolve on their playing field and try to use it to their advantage. Like you said, it was really close. And, you know, I can't tell you with sound mind who our clear winner is, but I can tell you who our MVP for that match was. And surprise, surprise, Luis yet again.
Luis, such an insane consistency. We've seen Luis up on that MVP spot more than once, and well-deserved, actually picking up so many kills and honestly picking up really pivotal clutches right towards the end where it looked like it was all lost, but he's able to bring it out. And Azure Dragons only dropped a round there, probably because their entire team is so consistent at dealing out damage. A little top-heavy still, 2485 for Luis, and Daniel on the side of Vermilion Bird, the next closest with 2306.
And I mean, again, not as top heavy. We've seen Luis break 3,000. We've seen him almost hit 4, and so a good spread for these teams, especially considering the fact that we went 6 matches in. That said, you know, Vermilion Bird, there's still, I think, the chance for them to come back and bring this moving forward as we get ready to go into our next map.
Vermilion Bird played really, really great in their semifinal match, and they're still playing well now. But they're up against Azure Dragons, who are just very, very adept at cleaning up fights, especially Ravkush. We've seen how dangerous Ravkush can be in some of those unfavorable situations where he just pulls a bunch of kills out of his pocket. So going into game number 2 now, let's see if they can keep up the pressure.
Like you said, I mean, Ravkush has been ready for some crazy plays. Let's see if Ravkush is ready to put work in with the rest of their squad as we get ready to go into round 1 here in map number 2. And once again, Factory. Again, I mean, this is kind of the play of who can get here the quickest and take that prime position. And actually looks like Azure Dragons opting not yet to walk inside, but Ichigo, once again, quick to turn the corner, caught off guard. This has not been working for Ichigo at all.
And that could have been a great peek, but unfortunately there were 2 members of Vermilion Bird there that were unable to get there in time. Luis, Amigo,
Shadow,
and Ravkush all dropped already, and Shadow. What a round.
So wild. Shadow getting all 4 kills there. I mean, the work that was put in, you've got to be shaking your head if you're the Azure Dragons. But switching back over to Mars again, remember, there's a lot more entry and access points for these holds, which might even things out a little bit better in the late game if anybody's able to get a late start here.
It looked like Ichigo had just thrown that round, peaking a little too hard and being met by 2, but the time turner fighting there from Shadow was crazy. And now with a slight economic advantage, they're going to have to utilize that to make sure they keep up this lead. But we know how well Azure Dragons can play in these spots, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just come right back with a round win.
And we've already seen a couple of AR purchases from the Azure Dragons, so it might be looking to play the mid-range here on this map and use some of that open area to their advantage, as we saw Toddy peeking the corner. That could have been a good play there for the Dragons to find that knock, and there you go, Amigo first to push inside, but now getting shot at by multiple members of Vermilion Bird.
This is a really, really sensitive situation, and it looks like neither team commits to a crazy flank this time. Obviously, game 1, I think Azure Dragon was the team that made something almost happen there, but they've both decided to play this a lot slower. No crazy flanks, and it's going to be all about controlling this building once the zone comes in.
I think this is, of all the maps, this is the one that we always watch the teams try to get the zone, as you said, kind of a big factor into play here, and at least looking for where this end zone might be. I think that Vermilion Bird could have an advantage to play from this. It is going to keep that pressure and push all of the Dragons out of their hiding spots, but Ravkush right now with the trying to lay into Daniel, but just isn't connecting.
Amigo does have a decent spot early, and they are able to suss out Ichigo, actually. Ichigo, the first one to go down and is fully killed.
Oh, that's a
Ravkush,
good
though, stuck
nade.
in a really rough spot and great grenade pressure there.
Yeah, I saw the MP5 getting the finish out of that kill, but right now things are starting to fall apart for the Vermilion Birds. Shadow very low on health, and Tati kind of broken apart, spotted out, but is going to trade. Gets Soy Amigo down very low, and Ryan! Oh, came up right behind them.
And Shadow is the last one standing. And we've seen what Shadow can do, but we also know what Soy Amigo and Ryan can do themselves. Azure Dragon tie it up 1-1.
I mean, just good drag shot control from Ryan at the end, as we saw him really try to work towards getting that headshot, which ultimately did connect at the end. And starting to tie things up right now, 1-1 for each of the teams. And now move forward back to the Urban Sprawl again. And I'm expecting some SMGs back into play for this. Teams kind of playing the inside rooms, which have been so just difficult for, I think, a lot of these players.
And a lot of the teams that lose in this part of the map tend to just get caught out on really bad mantles over windows where their opponent is already waiting. So I think it's important for the teams to pick out where they want to play early and just hold it down. Because honestly, probably the worst thing that we've seen here is just mantling a wall and having someone shoot you in the back, immediately dropping you for a kill.
And everybody's set up as center as they can. However, it looks like Azure Dragons have actually sent one kind of play anchor up to the north, another anchor out to the south, and that could prove helpful, especially if Ryan is able to catch off maybe Daniel or even Toddy off the roof.
And it is pretty bold there to just sit up there on the roof, but I guess they are confident enough that their angles are covered and they can just play up here without those anchors being too much trouble. And we already see that Azure Dragon is now starting to come back together to play all as a team. And they actually have slightly better center control here, so it's going to be up to Shadow and the Vermilion Dragons to now find a better spot to attack, because this building is completely locked down by Vermilion Bird.
Shadow waiting for the right moment, catches Soy Amigo off the peak, but it is immediately punished as you saw the push come back in, and DFW Daniel pulling back, trying to give himself some room to work with, but caught back down. It's only up to Ichigo. Normally, the player with Steel Steed left alive. Excuse me, Toddy's still up as well.
Oh!
I say that. There's Ichigo falling down, and unfortunately, the Vermilion Birds are going to fall here. And look, all 4 up, still for the Azure Dragons.
Yeah, and even though they had those 2 players playing on the height, it was the Azure Dragons that were able to just become really, really aggressive with that center control and find all of the kills they needed to wipe the rest of the team. And of course, it could put good grenade tosses for good measure just to clean up the fight.
Again, the buying phase just about completed. You can see there's still plenty of economy left over for the Dragons, but it looks like the Vermilion Birds are going to spend just about every penny that they have, almost stacked on throwables, glue walls all around here, and you're going to need to play this high ground to their advantage. Opening damage there onto Ryan, but it's actually be traded. Toddy falls first.
And it seems to actually be a weakness for them to have this height, because they just keep getting called out and absolutely outgunned. But right as I say that, Ravkush actually getting maybe a little too aggressive here as Shadow plays this cover so intelligently, puts up a time turner, puts up a glue wall. Luis able to knock down Toddy, and this is just such a close gunfight. Ravkush is still up though.
Oh, Shadow quick on the feet, wall up at just the right time, but look at the push coming in from a Soy Amigo and Ravkush. It's just a wall in every direction right now, and Shadow trying to use this quick few seconds of breather to pop off some meds, but just doesn't have any more time. And Soy Amigo chasing him down, but it's going to be traded. It's just up to Ravkush now.
And Ravkush, that's a way to start it. Finds a good kill with the shotgun, and now he's going to peek this against Ichigo. And it's up to Ichigo to win it, and he cleans it up 2-2 going into round number 5.
It's exciting to finally see Ichigo get to pull off one of these plays and not only rack up kills, but not be the first one to get knocked down and died, something that was kind of not working for them here in the beginning. And as you say, tied up 2-2, move forward to Observatory.
We've seen a couple of players that really just bring out such crazy momentum and such crazy ability when they're at a disadvantage. And that's what's crazy to me. You know, we've seen it from Ravkush, we've seen it from Shadow, but Ichigo, definitely one of those players as well. If Ichigo makes it to that late round scenario, he can be so, so dangerous.
Ichigo dangerous right now with the getting Lewis down low, finds the knock and immediately popping a glue wall. Have some recovery from that fight. You can see a little help there from DFW. Daniel had the high grounds, but right now, pressure coming in from the rest of the team. Good throw nade, but Ichigo is going to get knocked here.
And they did have a decent flank here, and it's actually Daniel that might actually join this fight from a side that Azure Dragon are not expecting. They do have 3 members up, but not anymore, as Ravkush and Ryan both fall almost instantly. So Amigo, the last member, Vermilion Bird, clean it up.
Great recovery, and Vermilion Bird jumping ahead just a bit on the lead right now with 3. If Vermilion Bird can win this next round, that will be match point, and they will take this map. But as we've seen time and time again, the team that is often the underdog, the team that is down, manages to recover. So we'll see if Vermilion Bird can clutch this one out.
They're doing a great job here, and they could just take it, bringing us to a game number 3 real quick. But this is definitely not over, and I think it's time for that late game Ravkush Ryan gameplay that we've seen before. Soy Amigo and Luis, they also have tons of potential. It really is about how they're going to play this map, and it looks like they're opting for that clump scenario that we've seen where they're, challenging any 2-2 split that the defending team might take here. And it looks like Vermilion Bird isn't going to fall victim to it this time, as they're playing pretty close.
And they did leave one behind. It looks like Ravkush playing the off angle across the street. So any pressure that the rest of the Dragons put onto the Vermilion Birds might be something that Ravkush can play from here. And you can see right now, Ryan spotting out Daniel, but Time Turner Pop is going to protect him here. Will pick up the flush immediately with that ump and trying to see if he can pick out a second one. Soy Amigo falls.
An incredible use there of the Time Turner, able to just quickly finish up that kill. But 2 kills already onto the Vermilion Birds, and this is looking more even than they probably should be. They might be able to get the res here onto Daniel, but it's actually not so clear. They do have glue walls up and a Time Turner to boot, but it's so difficult with so much pressure coming out from the Vermilion Birds.
Ravkush trying to keep control of that ump. Unfortunately, it just isn't going to work there in the end. And Vermilion Birds pick up the booyah and another map win. So, I mean, so a 1-1. We've seen the Dragons pick up a map, now the Birds with one of their own.
I mean, they were playing out of their minds. There's so much clutch factor, but honestly, they were winning so many of those gunfights, and they were so good at peeking the angles at the right time. I mean, there were some pushes there where it already looked lost once we saw the Vermilion Birds kind of set up and just waiting for them to walk up and just claim a couple of kills. So good job for them. And I imagine that the score lines are going to be pretty one-sided. And Shadow, our MVP for the match, with 6 kills. And we saw Shadow just doing a lot of work, holding down really great angles. And I appreciate the fact that, Vermilion Bird is starting to kind of switch up their play to account for how aggressive their opponents are.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of letting, I think, the Dragons exhaust some of their resources and then kind of turn that momentum back against them. And so Shadow, like we've seen, those wild plays, I think that full squad wipe on Factory was Shadow as well. So great work to see. And we'll take a look now at the damage and kills across the board here in just a moment. And then I think we've got another match to jump into.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get into this next match because this is such a close matchup, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from the finals. And I think it is a bit of a clash of styles. Like you said, I think that Azure Dragon is putting in a lot of aggression and just running out of steam a little too early in the round. And here we see Shadow with 2,300 damage. Not as top heavy as I expected, actually. Ryan on the side of Azure Dragons with a respectable 2,200 and a bunch of teammates around that 1,500 range on both sides. So, I mean, they're keeping it close. They're keeping it so close, and it really is about execution and about keeping your members alive to the end.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, like the kills are even spread out. You really have it not too top heavy, like you said. And though Shadow is the MVP, did get the most amount of kills and damage for a squad. You can see Ichigo with 3, Daniel with 4, Toddy with 5, and on the flip side of that, 2, 2, 3, 5 for the Azure Dragons. So I think the big thing we need to be really mindful of is the teams that are able to use walls well and into their advantage, because that seems like how we're getting some of these really stylish kills where a team that might have had control just falls victim very quickly.
And even with the glue walls, we're seeing so much pressure exerted from the team that is up on players that the glue walls are just taken down so quickly. I honestly am loving how much time turner use we're seeing because both teams are using it, and you never know when you're going to turn a corner and get someone time turner shooting right into your head. So here we go. Game number 3 of the grand final, and pistol rounds, probably my favorite round of each match.
It is as well, and you know me, I'm always looking to see who runs guns akimbo, and actually it looks like for the most part, 3 at the very least on each squad. I'm not sure what Daniel has purchased. Amigo actually with the M500, and it's already not looking good for Soy Amigo. That was, he's very low on health, and Ichigo pushing very aggressively in the center is going to be punished.
And this is very, very close matchup nonetheless. Shadow and Daniel still up against Ryan and Luis, and it's all about the gunplay here. A lot of whiffing to be had. Luis, the last one standing, versus Daniel, neither player with tons of health, but with some meds. And it might actually be Azure Dragon that gets up a couple of members before this final push happens. Daniel trying to pick up the final kill here, but isn't able to find it. Ravkush and Luis clean it up for Azure Dragons.
That's a good start for Azure Dragons and a perfect display of that aggression we were talking about prior to going into that match. But as you say, I mean, the pistol rounds are its own monster. Now that the economy is starting to grow for each of these sides, we should see SMGs, blue walls, and throwables come more and more into play as we progress through these rounds.
Yep, and it is honestly getting a lot more hectic, and these players have been playing for quite a couple of hours, and they've been playing since yesterday to get here. So the pressure's starting to mount. You know, it is finals, and even though you crush the teams in the semifinals, these are all very, very good players that are looking to just win these gunfights outright.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a battle of the best influencers here in North America. We talked about there's 40 top players down to 14, and you know that they really want to show their stuff, not only for their community, but I think for each other, right? These are players that have all known each other as a part of the community, and so now as we pop off once again on Mars, those doors being a big factor here, but Vermilion Bird keeping the push coming from Azure Dragon. Actually, he's going to brush them back off here.
Ravkush and Soy Amigo so close to being on the wrong side of the grenade, but they end up on the wrong side of the door anyway as Soy Amigo goes down. Ichigo is traded out, and Shadow falls as Ravkush has a flank here, and this is what we've seen so many times from this map. I can't believe it's happening here again. Daniel, the last one standing against the 2 members of Azure Dragon. Let's see if they can make something happen. Not quite. Oh,
this is just not the map for Ichigo. I mean, whenever we go to Mars, I hold my breath. Mars Factory, this just seemed to be where we lose him in such unfortunate circumstances. But now that we kind of break things up, we've got that open line, we've got those fences, we've got the roofs to play with. This could be what Ichigo needs, especially if we can get him up on the roof.
Yeah, and I mean, Ichigo, he needs to find a couple of plays that really bring their team forward, because if you let Ravkush get going, it is disaster. Ravkush there with a really, really sick flank. And honestly, Ravkush there putting a lot of presence down so that Vermilion Birds can't just take up all of the space that they want. Great job.
Luis so patient. I mean, Luis has been a player that's been so fun to watch. I mean, we've seen him MVP time and time again. We've seen the way that he's able to get kills, and he keeps his cool in really crazy situations. You can see even right now as the push starting to come in from Vermilion, he's just waiting, you know, until the dinner bell rings and the moment's kind of needed. But Ichigo on the roof. I mean, as we called it, this is going to be I think a big thing here for Vermilion Bird if Ichigo can manage to stay up.
And Ryan looking hungry for a potential flank, but they end up not committing, and it's actually Ichigo who gets knocked on the roof first. Soy Amigo is traded out by Shadow, and now Shadow has to walk up. Soy Amigo has not been finished yet, but not much health left to speak of. And now 3 versus 3, unless they can get Ichigo up here.
I think I cast or cursed it. I was just rooting so hard for Ichigo, but it looks like the res did pop out, so he just needs to worry on recovering. But right now, Shadow falls as the push coming in from Luis. We talked about the patience. So Luis waiting for that moment to strike. This moment is now, and Azure Dragon still in a good central position, trying to keep that pressure here on Vermilion Birds as the zone is closing in.
This is really good pressure here from Azure Dragon. They are able to knock down Ravkush, so this is still winnable for them. And actually, Toddy going down, so now a 2 versus 1 that Daniel cannot win, and that's going to be 3 rounds up to 0 for Azure Dragons.
Ryan and Luis with 5 kills apiece right now just shows the work that they are putting in. I mean, we've commented before. Ryan, really good at finding those off angles, kind of getting that information back to his team. and or kind of being ready to strike when the rest of his team funnels the enemy into a certain spot. Luis, on the other hand, I mean, is just a fantastic mechanical player, really able to land those shots. And if you get close enough, we really see him, I think, dominate. So that said, with Azure leading 3-0, can they make it 4-0?
And I would not be surprised here. They're playing really, really well. And once again, not just Ravkush, but as you said, Soy Amigo and Ryan able to do a lot of work when they get into good positions. So here's the early glue wall up onto the middle of this clock tower. We see this almost every time we see teams play here. And here are the early grenades, but that will not find anyone quite yet. And it's actually Shadow and Amigo both going down, but Amigo finished off quickly. I don't know if they're going to find the res onto Shadow as Ryan goes down as well, and this is exactly the round that Vermilion needed if they're able to close it out.
Ravkush just taking shots at anything that might hit, but we can see that time turner still protecting there as it finally dissolves. Ravkush, the only one standing, however, as Luis was spotted out, but the trade comes. Toddy falls here, and Shadow is taken out. So there you go. Ravkush falls here, and now one on the board for Vermilion, so not quite a sweep for the Azure Dragons.
Yeah, it looked like Ravkush was going to have another Ravkush moment, but it didn't come through. And this is exactly what Vermilion Bird needs, but they are still looking really, really fragile. Some of these spots that they're getting pushed come down almost to RNG on the gunfight, where it's so close and both players are landing so many shots, but it is just a couple of bullets difference for who wins the round and who loses it.
There you go. Buy phase over. Teams in the charge. Shipyard. A lot of containers once again. We should expect to see glue walls and throwables come into play here. A ton of glue walls on Vermilion Bird's side, but we can actually see two members of the Azure Dragons decided not to spend onto it. So really curious to see how this one might play in their favor. But as the zone closing in, you can see Toddy, Luis really waiting to see who's going to take the first move.
And still at least 3 throwables for Vermilion Birds, and we know how strong those can be, especially around these crates. We have one person that's pretty wide on the side of Vermilion Bird, but they do control the center for now. So Amigo is actually going to maybe look for an angle here to start pressuring the middle. And that's going to be a lot of damage going on to him instead, and he actually trades it out. Puts down the time turner and knocks Ichigo in the process. He's barely alive and actually gets knocked shortly after. But this fight already turning into an absolute disaster. Vermilion Bird has 3 down and 3 members of Azure Dragons still
Daniel.
up. That is the cleanup there from Azure Dragons for the booyah.
I mean, Daniel always finds crazy ways to stay up at the end, but unfortunately just didn't have anything to work with there. As you say, Azure Dragons pick up their second booyah, now leading 2-1. And they get a third.
I'm really curious to see whether they can just clean it up here, but that was still really tense, but I think right now Azure Dragons is back in form. They are fully warmed up and they are ready to take this final, but we've got at least one more game, and I mean, you have to make a lot of adjustments here if you're on the side of excuse me, not Azure Dragons, their opponents. And
the
here we see
Birds.
Luis actually taking the MVP here again. That's crazy.
You love to see it. I mean, Luis has just put so much work in today. We've said it time and time again, and it's just the consistency that we've really seen from him in terms of the ability to not only execute plays, stay alive, and also land their shots. I mean, Luis has just been a monster in terms of fragging power today.
Yep, absolute beast there, and I'm excited to see them go into this final, possibly our final game of the day. Look at these score lines, 2,400 for both Luis and Ryan. And no 2Ks to be heard of on the side of Vermilion Bird. This is looking more one-sided every game. Vermilion Bird here falling a little bit short. Has to dig deep if they're going to try and take this to a game 5.
I mean, no one was able to break 2,000 damage, not even 1,600 damage, really. You see Shadow and Toddy just struggled to pop off any opportunities it kills. Even though we saw Ichigo go down early time and time again, they were still able to almost lead in damage, almost lead in kills as well. So, like you said, Vermilion Bird need to change it up going into this next match because it could be their last.
Let's see what they can do here. And we'll be rolling into this game shortly. But these games have been so exciting. And I'm honestly so surprised that that Vermilion Birds has kind of cooled that down a little bit. They were looking so strong in their semifinal match, completely rolling the Tortoises. So I expected a little bit more, and I think they can still bring it. I think Game 4 can definitely be their game, and they're taking a lot of good gunfights, but man, it's coming down to the wire. It's coming so close, and it's Luis, and it's the members of Azure Dragon that are just doing so much work right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can't let the Azure Dragons pick you apart. Like I said, just Luis and the rest of that team are really just landing anything and everything they can. And so if Vermilion Birds can stay together, stay up, and I think get their heads back in the game, there's potential for them to win here. As we take another quick look over here at, I think you can see Azure Dragons have 2 of the 3 they need to win. Vermilion Bird are going to have to win all of the remaining matches if they want to try and take this back.
Yeah, and I think it'll be close, but Azure Dragon just looking so strong right now. And I love how both teams are starting to like take the priority of grenades very seriously because they are getting punished really often. And these flanks are actually looking really close. So I think it might be up to Azure Dragon to just get aggressive here, get a lot of really good fights early, maybe get a couple good flanks to throw their opponents off, excuse me, and just win the game.
And to start already back into a town that's going to make a pistol fight that much more interesting. But you can see the push for those center positions, wasting no time. But Ryan getting himself a little too close for comfort there to the Vermilion Birds is going to be knocked.
And maybe a caster curse there. They choose to get really aggressive, but it comes back to bite them. They are able to trade out a bait here, and that's actually 2 people knocked. And that was such a quick turn as Taddy's actually the last one alive for the side of Vermilion Birds. Ravkush and Luis might actually just clean this one up.
Oh, it's a 1v1. They managed to get Ravkush waiting for Luis, and Taddy actually had the angle onto this. The victory going to Vermilion Bird, and a little victory laugh there at the end.
Yeah, Toddy there, great use of the time turner, still had it in the back pocket, ready for that 1v1 fight. And it was close. Azure Dragons almost brought it back there, but at the end of the day, Vermilion Bird are here to fight and here to take this to a game 5.
Let's see if they can bring it now. The buy phase is over. Teams have spent all the money that they have. They're ready for that field to drop. And there it goes, back to its Oasis Center, this time in Sentosa. And see, it looks like, I mean, it's kind of the break apart fracturing that we've been worried about with Vermilion Birds. They are going to leave 2 behind on the street, 2 already across, but the throwable, just missing the Dragons.
Ravkush seems to just be getting away from these situations so often, and actually comes back to really hurt Vermilion Bird. I don't know if Luis caught him with the peek there. Oh, they actually just wreck Ryan in the process, and he's actually going to get double teamed here. That is a disaster for the Azure Birds early on. They haven't even traded a single kill. Ravkush also goes down.
Soyamigo had played the off angle, tried to go for a wide flank, but in doing so, wasn't there to help out the teammates. And as we see, running inside is going to fall here. Vermilion Birds winning a second one in a row, keeping 4 up and getting the full squad wipe here. But now, switching things back up to Observatory. And what we've seen with Observatory before, some teams struggle with the high-low ground here.
And I don't know what is going on here, but it seems like Azure Dragons is just over-aggressing. We know them as an aggressive team who's able to play around some of these sensitive and kind of edge-of-the-knife fights, but they're just losing them every time right now and then getting caught out of position when their aggressive plays don't go their way.
Shadow right now, speaking of aggressive, trying to close the gap there between the Dragons. Meanwhile, it looks like the Dragons kind of read this situation and resetting up for the push that was coming in from the Birds. And it can see on the minimap, it's just fracturing the squads right now.
And great adjustment here from Azure Dragons. They're able to pick up 2 knocks just from being defensive. They full kill one of the members of Vermilion Bird. Shadow does get picked up, but they're going to heal up here, and you have a full health Ravkush on height. That is not what you want to see. Ichigo did not want to see that either as he gets knocked. And now Shadow and Daniel, the last members of Vermilion Bird, to try and clutch this up.
Oh, Shadow trying to play on every angle they have, but right now the walls kind of keeping him here. It looks like a good throwable might just have landed where it needed to, but no, Soyamigo actually managing to avoid most of that damage. But right as the wall falls, a good pop time turner is going to keep some cover here for Shadow, and it's now to a 3v1. We've seen miracles happen before. Can it happen again? Getting Ryan low. Oh, but it doesn't connect.
Good use of the time turner there to at least pick up 1 on the way out, but with 3 members staring down the barrel onto your final member, it's not going to work out there for Vermilion Birds, and we're going to round number 4 with a 2-1 lead, but Azure Dragon now kicking and, more importantly, adjusting to what Vermilion Birds is doing.
A quick glance at weapons. It looks like still a strong focus on SMGs. And I mean, when we go to Mars, I'm always a little bit curious because we've got those open areas on the main building and on the outside of it. So see right now, Shadow trying to see if they can spot out members of the Dragons first. And it's actually going to be Luis that goes down.
And not enough adjustment here as Toddy just walking up and absolutely ruining this team. Is able to knock one down, but Shadow and Toddy are actually traded out. They don't just get that for free. And now it's Daniel trying to put down as much damage as they can. Is able to knock down Soy Amigo. Ichigo now able to basically a 1v1 here. Daniel does not have a lot of health left, but is able to heal up.
Oh, Ryan. Daniel was so low, is going to fall, but in the end, Ichigo cleaning up and I think finally breaking their curse there on Mars Electric.
That's unfortunate because Azure Dragon just getting punished so hard for their aggression here. And I don't know, I don't necessarily think that's how they were playing in the game that they won. And now it's just getting heavily punished. Vermilion Bird has all of the Azure Dragon's numbers as they make these pushes.
All right. And there you go. The field is down once again. More open area, and both teams kind of opting to play the fence just a bit. Ryan, we always see him try to catch this off angle, play anchor for the team, and do any destruction that he can as the rest of the team breaks apart. Meanwhile, actually looks like Ravkush doing a bit of the same, and I'm not quite sure if Toddy spotted him.
And honestly, I don't know if I agree with this play because they seem to be saying, hey, if the aggressive play didn't work, just make it more aggressive. And already we see Ravkush completely caught out of position, as well as another member of the Azure Dragons. They are able to reconvene a bit here, though. And now it seems like Vermilion Birds are the ones that are too far and too close to zone. The grenades come out, but Shadow is knocked down in the process.
Toddy right now trying to clean up at Ryan. Still had an angle, tried to climb back inside to not be vulnerable. Members that were on outside, but Toddy pick up another one. Ravkush falls here, but Ryan tries to trade back out. But look at this push. Aggression right through the doorway. All of the Vermilion Birds just want to take out the Dragons and pick up or they find it. And there is our next booyah. They tie it up now 2-2 apiece.
And that game was exactly the opposite of what we saw the game before. That was so one-sided for the side of Vermilion Birds. The aggression of Azure Dragons was not only, countered, it was absolutely used against them in every situation. They were kind of caught out and ended up losing these gunfights to these aggressive late round pushes that Vermilion Bird was able to make.
As well. And then kind of like you said, I mean, we go forward to our MVP, see how it really looks in terms of stats and numbers. Ichigo finally making a comeback for their squad and a well-deserved booyah for them. Damage, I feel like the damage and kills needs to be a little bit more shared. I mean, we saw such a late game presence from Daniel in a lot of these fights. Shadow once again pulling off a little bit of work, and Toddy. It always seems like if Toddy falls, things can sometimes fall apart, but Toddy, if they're up in the late game, can still manage to pick up a little bit of work when it matters.
Completely agree with you, Clover. And honestly, the fact that they're trying to that Azure Dragons is trying to make these really aggressive flanks work when we're in the late game rounds where a glue wall can just go down, as well as the amount of time turners we see on both teams, I think that strategy becomes a lot weaker as the game progresses, unless you're in you're on a map that's very, left, right, or north, south, where if you get a flank, you win. In that scenario, and on a lot of scenarios, they're getting caught out in the wrong spots. We don't even see that impressive of a scoreline from anyone in particular. I mean, Ichigo and Shadow obviously doing tons of work, but Ryan and Ravkush up there as well, Luis up there as well. This is so close, and it's just coming down to, in my opinion, poor callouts and poor strategy on the side of Azure Dragons for this game.
I think so too. I mean, we've talked about their aggression and maybe in some cases a little too aggressive that gets caught them off guard. I mean, that play where they sent Ryan and Ravkush off to weird angles, weren't able to support Soy Amigo and Luis, and it just kind of fell apart for them there at the end. Whereas it seems like Vermilion Bird's able to keep it in hand. And with that, we're going to go into our last matchup, guys. We're going to see who can finally secure a third map and be our grand final champion here at the Free Fire Rampage Showdown.
And what a showdown it has been, and how momentous to see this go to a game number 5. I really hope Azure Dragons wakes up here and gives us a really good game, because these have been really tight so far until the last two, where it was super dominant side to side. And it looks like they're opting for aggression anyway, because why not? It worked so well the last game, right? As Luis is knocked down, and within this time turner falls almost the entirety of Azure Dragons.
Soy amigo! You know what? This worked for Vermilion Bird, like you said last time. It worked the second time again, though, keeping all 4 up. They actually shared the kills this time. Shadow didn't steal all of them.
And honestly, I don't know what Azure is doing. I don't know if they want this to go to a round 7 and they're just throwing rounds before they start actually playing, but I honestly cannot believe that their aggressive strategy that they lost the last game to is what they decided to just take straight into this pistol fight, because now they're at an economic disadvantage, and we know that Vermilion Bird can play his defensive spots, and look at the spot they're gifted.
And again, I mean, when we come out to Mill, when we come to Observatory, those sections of the map that have that high-low ground can be tricky depending on who takes that first. So while we do see Vermilion Bird with a good start, really nice nade gets that opening knock onto Soy Amigo. We also know how vulnerable this position is if Daniel gets caught out.
And now Ryan moving in. I don't know if they're even going to bother with picking up Soy Amigo. Vermilion Bird is able to pick up their res, but they haven't been able to quite recover all of their health. Meanwhile, the entirety of Azure Dragons is moving up. They do get a knock onto DFW Daniel, but now
Daniel.
Vermilion Bird choosing to get aggressive at the end of the round, as we have seen so many times, but they can't actually find the downs, and Ravkush is the only member down for Azure Dragons.
I mean, Daniel with that crazy wrap on that play, Saul actually did manage to get one knock, and also able to pull back away from recover as Shavo pushing into Lin to hand here. But in doing so, you gave the Azure Dragons all the time they needed to recover back up to 4 strong. Toddy is going to get flushed out, and so it's a 2v4, though. Soy could be knocked. Cat could be huge. Can they get a second knock? Oh, no! What a place to fall.
That is so unfortunate, and honestly, I don't know if that's how I expected that round to go, but as your Dragons there, it almost felt like their fallen members were a bait, because once the Azure Dragons had 1 member or 2 members down, they actually got more aggressive and caught Vermilion Bird on their kind of walk-in to finish off these downs. So good awareness from them, because they tie it up, and we're going to round number 3.
And we've seen that bait play work for the Dragons before tonight. We've seen them really do well to kind of let one player go off and do their own thing. But now that we get back to Factory again, the catwalks immediately going to Vermilion Bird. They waste no time to take the highest of the high ground up here at the very top. That's also going to make it a little bit harder for them to see where the Azure Dragons are going to set up below.
And Azure Dragons not quite able to punish that rotation for them to get up onto that catwalk. So now they have the catwalk, but like you said, Clover, this is not the easiest spot to hold. And we've already seen in round number 2 how Vermilion Bird is able to lose those rounds against people on the low ground. So this isn't going to be free, and we still have throwables on both sides.
This is going to be such a slow play as well. That the thing about the Vermilion Birds, they are stacked in the very center of this circle. So however this closes, if they can even just stay alive, this could be a jump down and try and shoot the Dragons as they set up below you. In fact, I'm not even sure if the Dragons realized that the entirety of the team is up there.
Yeah, I think usually you have someone anchored down below, but it's actually Ravkush who just immediately gets dropped. And this is probably going to be pretty rough for Vermilion Bird, but this is exactly how round 2 started, and they were able to win it. And here we see Vermilion Bird coming off of the catwalk, coming off of that spot, and they start taking damage. They are able to trade some out against Ryan.
Oh, Shadow snaking.
Knocks quite yet.
Shadow laid prone, tried to stake. It's actually going to jump down, try to get 1 member, but didn't realize that there was actually 2 Dragons standing, laying in wait. And Ichigo, getting a little bit low, 20 HP, falls in the zone, though, and is going to get knocked back out. And so all of a sudden, Vermilion Birds were looking great, losing a bit of that advantage. Daniel, though, trying to get 1. Amigo and Ryan still standing. And there you have it. Dragons pick up the victory.
And once again, the knock onto a member of Azure Dragon spells disaster for Vermilion Birds, who actually just give up their spot and end up getting completely outgunned. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure they took fall damage and zone damage, probably as much as what Azure Dragons was dealing with their weapons. That was completely insane.
Switching things up back to Sentosa. Remember that road is a big factor into this, a little open area. And so curious to see if members of Vermilion Bird kind of break it up 2-2 like we've sometimes seen in the cross where they'll send a couple ahead and then leave one or two to play anchor. Looks like Daniel holding off one off angle. Might be able to spot out Soy Amigo here.
And it's a pretty interesting angle to hold, but it's not free, and they have to make sure that they hold these angles well, because if you go on the wide flank, you get punished. That can be the end for your round, and he's already getting punished here. Ryan with the rest of his team, while two members of each team just kind of sitting outside the gunfight entirely, and that's going to be Vermilion Bird.
Everybody's just wanting to fight. Everybody pushing into this fight right now. You can even see on the minimap that everybody turned their attention to this corner, and unfortunately, Vermilion Birds are just going to fall apart under this fight as Azure Dragons keeping 4 up. This could be their match point.
This could be match point, and this could be the round that wins them the Rampage Showdown. Azure Dragons just have to get one more clean round, and they have the economy for it. They are able to buy here. They're going to have plenty of SMGs and probably a couple of ARs to bring into this final round. And Pachinuk, we know that so much crazy stuff can happen here. Let's see what the teams opt to do.
Right off the back, Azure Dragons going with the rotating flank along the edge of zone, trying to stay out of line of sight for Vermilion Bird. You can see Luis really leading the vanguard on this charge, and Soy Amigo might have spotted out one or two members of Vermilion Bird and calling that information out back to the rest of the squad, but you can see that wrap still coming. They're going to go ahead and send 2 across the street and try to close on the backside. If you even look at the direction of everybody's looking on the minimaps, I don't think they're expecting this flank coming in from the Dragons.
They might be setting up for it just in case, and now I think a couple shots went out that might have given away their position. So now Azure Dragons all stacked pretty close to each other, have a 1-2-1 situation, but now all members of Vermilion Bird walking over to take this building, and it's Azure Dragons who have the zone at their back. Those members to the south are about to get pinched out. You have Daniel in the middle of throwing a grenade, isn't able to actually get the knock there. Toddy almost going down, but it's Shadow that goes down instead.
Oh, this thing, I don't know how Ravkush survived that onslaught. So many members in the area and shooting, but look at that. Vermilion Bird falls here. Azure Dragons pick up the last booyah that they needed to become our grand final champions.
And what a way to earn it. That southern flank was so crazy. We've seen that fall apart so many times, but not for the Azure Dragons. They're able to walk up, clutch up, and take down the entirety of Vermilion Bird to claim the title of winners of the Rampage Showdown. What a match. And here our final MVP of the day, Clover, is of course none other than Ravkush. No surprise there.
And I mean, we've been singing his praise all evening, and it's great to finally see him show up on the MVP list. But I mean, it was all 4 members here of the Dragons that put in work time after time, round after round, to get them that flawless victory in the end.
Absolutely. Well, with that, Clover, I think we're good to wrap up the show. What a set of games we were able to watch today. Rampage Showdown. Thank you to all the influencers who participated as we show off this final score line. Ravkush, 2,100 damage. Ryan, 2,000 damage. Absolute pop-up performance. But honestly, a lot of the influencers popping off today. Well-earned spot in the semifinals. Here we see the final bracket. Azure Dragons, congratulations. And yeah, I'm very thankful that I got to participate in this, and I got to cast alongside you, Clover. So any final thoughts before we close out the show?
Oh, I mean, we saw some fantastic games. There wasn't really, I think, one single matchup where somebody ran away with it entirely. I mean, it was close game after close game, underdogs returning to triumph it, and in many cases, taking that triumph for themselves. So it just goes to show how much clashing is happening here in Clash. And with Free Fire, with the Rampage Showdown, this has just been such a fun experience. I can't wait to see it again.
I am in the same boat. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. And one quick note before we sign out. For anyone on YouTube and on Twitch that is watching, make sure you hop over to Team Liquid's stream on Twitch, where they will be streaming the Liquid Free Fire series, which is an awesome collaboration between Free Fire NA and Team Liquid, where we get to bring some of that competitive play to NA. So some of the best teams in the server are going to be competing over the next 3 weeks. And the grand finals are coming up soon, so make sure you tune in after the stream. But with that, my name is Millocrit, and thank you for joining me, Clover.
Yes,
It's been an
thank you so
awesome
much for having
stream,
me.
and we will catch you on the next one.
just waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I'm in a tropic club. I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger